I mean, you can put a board together on LinkedIn now in a few days.
Okay.
Well, what? You're not seeing them in person. You're not operating shoe leather. You're not having to get on a fucking plane. I mean, there's nothing to hold you back. Thank you. Does anybody that's English is not their primary language not understand that? How many English is not your primary language? Would you please put your coat on? Okay. One of you yesterday, who's living in Dubai, who's from Italy, brought to my attention, not directly, but indirectly, the fact that I use idioms, axioms, a lot of other things that are specialties to English. Not necessarily the Queen's English, but American English. So if you don't understand something I say, please, and I may not acknowledge you right then, but then okay, what did you want to? Because it's important that you understand these things. Now, almost everybody, we had a guy, when I had a 13-year-old here years ago, and I said cocksucker. And it didn't dawn on me that a 13-year-old kid wouldn't necessarily know what the fuck that meant. And his older brother, who came, brought it to my attention. So he went through the whole goddamn seminar, because I use that quite a bit. The nuns seemed to understand it. Priests and rabbis and shamans seemed to understand it, but a 13-year-old kid, I knew what that was when I was 13, but then not everybody had my kind of background. When Corona first broke out, and I made a bunch of predictions back in March 2020, every single one has come true. I said there will be 4 waves. We're in the middle of the third. And I wish, although I don't invest in the market because I don't want to be in competition with you, even though it's not really any competition, and that's why Sally and I are in cash. But the kids that were here, and then the police closed this down, that seminar. The first one was in March, right after Corona broke out. And they made them go home after I think it was the 3rd day, might have been the 2nd day. And then some of them still haven't been, all of them haven't come back because where they live, because of the various quarantines. But to say that my commentary was prophetic, I called negative oil. I don't like to blow smoke up my own ass, but I mean, I was right on. And just as I told them then, and now, we haven't seen anything yet. And the fact that the stock market is climbing a wall of fear doesn't mean a fucking thing. Doesn't mean a fucking thing. So if you have anything, please, or you don't understand anything, please ask me. So everybody understands this? Okay. This is the 8th of Corona time. 1,000 years from now, when the Martians are picking through our bones, and they say, this is the 4th Caesar, and the this and the that, and the Philistines, blah, blah, this is the 8th during the Corona time. And we're going to continue, and Corona time is going to last a long time. Masks, or the paraphernalia, some of the paraphernalia that is now considered normal, that wasn't considered normal before, is going to be with us for a long time. For those of you of Asian descent, you know that in Asia, they've been wearing masks a long time. They've been wearing masks a long time. A few housekeeping announcements. Because YouTube has forced me to allow advertising on, but I still don't allow comments. So that's why we have advertising on my YouTube account now. And I've been banned by Facebook a long time now, and I've been banned by Instagram. And it's taken us almost a year and a half to get them to close the Instagram account down, and I'm not sure it's even closed down now. It's still, and they don't allow you to close it down, even though I'm banned. And for those of you that have tried to get off Facebook, you understand what I'm talking about. It's not easy. It's not easy. And if that was a regular business, it'd be illegal. But I mean, those big companies are pretty much in control of our destiny going forward. So now I can only be followed on LinkedIn and YouTube, but I don't respond. Wikipedia has blocked any comments to add, and they've eliminated about 85 or 90% of my Wikipedia things that you can write about me. And all they say is I went to San Fernando Valley State College, which turned into CSUN, and I run various businesses here from the castle, and the shareholders threw me out. That's basically all they say. None of the other things, because Wikipedia has a hard-on for me. But be my guest if you think you can get something on Wikipedia. Be my guest, because there's a lot more about me than what's on there now. I've told the people that we've got a year backup to come to the seminar. And that means somebody has paid. Some of you have paid to get on a waiting list, and now you're here. But life happens. In fact, there's at least one of you that's a replacement for somebody that had signed up before because, I don't know, somebody in his family died, or his 4-year-old daughter got pregnant, or some shit. Something always happens in life. So for those that are watching on YouTube, you can, if you put your money up, possibly come to the seminar in the next few months. But possibly not, because we already have more than enough people for the rest of the year. To corona the castle up, to get it ready like this, we didn't have to build this thing, as I told you. We've spent a few $100,000 getting all the bedrooms to have their own private bathrooms, et cetera, which wasn't the case before. In olden times, and depending on where you're staying on the estate, when they built it, they didn't build it so each bedroom had an ensuite toilet. But all the bedrooms now on the estate, including the cottages, have their own toilet, et cetera. Everybody that's here, almost everybody that's here, made some sort of sacrifice. Quarantine. Now, I wouldn't say quarantine to hear me. So congratulations for those of you that did stay in the quarantine. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't be staying quarantined for Jesus Christ himself, Allah, or Muhammad. So the fact that you made that sacrifice is quite admirable. I'm in great health, and I plan on giving seminars the rest of this year. There's no guarantee that I'll give them next year, but I am going to plan on giving them the rest of this year. We still haven't got any dates past August, I believe, but I'm almost positive that we'll give one a month. But it depends. It depends on my health, and it depends on other things. I'll be 76 in a few days, and I plan on spending the rest of my life, the majority of my life, for charity work. 20 minutes, no one will be local travel. Devotee travel. I'm now seeing people as I travel around. I'm not leaving the UK this year, but when I go to London, we go down to visit Sally's ill brother and ill mother. We're starting to see people, so we have lists of people where I see them for 20, 30 minutes for free, and just to see what the pulse of the world, or now the pulse of UK is going to be, or is, just as I did before COVID. I'm not taking on any more chairs. I've already taken on 2 this year. I'm not taking any more this year. We're going to talk more about faith. And I've already mentioned about the mini-me's, but there's a lot of guys and a few gals that are trying to pretend that I have sanctioned their product, which I haven't. I haven't sanctioned anybody's product. And right now we're going after a few in court in various parts of the world. And remember, I told you that, I'm going to tell you, the rest of this week, you can do QLA any place as long as there's a rule of law. A real rule of law. There's no real rule of law in Russia. There's no real rule of law in the Ukraine. There's no real rule of law in Belarus. There's no real rule of law in India. There's no real rule of law in certain parts of South America, in certain parts of Central America, certain parts of Asia. But where there's a real rule of law, you can do this. And that means when somebody fucks you, you can go to court, or you can threaten to go to court. The best places to do this are the United States, the UK, Canada, and most of what was old Western Europe, and certain parts of Africa, South Africa, I shouldn't say that because we've done it in Ethiopia, but it's harder. in Ethiopia and various other places. Now, this is a cheap marketing trick that my competitors would use, but I'm going to give away $1 million this week to somebody. I'm going to give away $1 million. And there's no upsell connected to it. And I'll announce it before the end of the week. Might announce it on graduation night. But normally it would be a lot of fanfare, and there would be, shit on the internet. But I'm making the announcement now that I will announce before the end of the week the gift of $1 million, which means I'll have to pay gift tax. So you can think about who it might go to. Now, I said last night when I was talking up here before dinner, congratulations to Jeff. It was his dream from 21 years ago, and I knew or met Jeff about 20 years ago. And he was just a little nerd, a little computer nerd, like some of you. Had a bald head. He wasn't as bald as he is now, but he still was bald. And he had a dream 21 years ago. For those of you that know anything about him, he's Cuban, and his mother remarried, and all kinds of bullshit. None of that fucking matters. And it matters that he just gave his ex-wife, umpteen billions, and she just gifted $40 million of her money to my school that you got to explain about. How she picked, well, I know how she picked my university you got to explain about, because since I went there, it has turned into a great university in 3 areas. None of those areas that I go to school there for. But it's got a great television and arts program. It's got a great engineering program, and it's got a great accounting program, world-renowned. But 25 years ago, it took me 25 years to create $1 trillion through you guys. Because I've been the $1 trillion man for over 3 years. Who had the harder time? Me, getting 1 million people to create $1 million. If I'd known it was that fucking hard, I wouldn't have done it. But he had a dream. And like in the Sound of Music, you can't have a dream come true unless you have a dream, right? Most of you, when you listed on your paperwork the goals that you had, with 1 or 2 exceptions in the room, they're not even worth writing down. And you had some time to think about it. So it wasn't something that you just, off the top of your head. And if your goals are that low, after you had time to think about it, Murph, what the fuck? That's tragic. It's beyond tragic. Whatever word transcends tragic, that's what it is. It's tragic. How low self-esteem that you can have. And the size of your dream is directly proportionate to your self-esteem, self-confidence, self-awareness. And if after thinking about it, they're that low, there used to be a saying in my neighborhood, how low can you go? Now they were referring to the trashy girls that you went out with, And as my mother, only bits of advice my mother ever gave me that was worth a shit is you go to bed with dogs, you get up with fleas. And she wasn't referring about my pet dog. She was referring to some of the young ladies that I went out with. And in my day, you only went out for one thing, to get fucked. That's it. I've never bought candy, flowers, cards that you give them on Valentine's Day, that kind of shit. Never. And now you can do it easily on the internet, I'm told. Never. Not once. And almost everybody in this room has done one of the above that I just mentioned. And how's your program work out for you? I got laid as much as the Beatles. And how's your program worked out? I show this slide out of sequence for only one reason. Because stock market ownership today is 40% of the net worth of the public. 40%. So if they have $10,000 in investment, in net worth, 4,000 is in stocks and 60,000 is in all the other. And if you can look at the chart in the last 10 years, it's the highest it's ever been. Investors' appetite for risk is at an all-time high. Stocks as a percent of households' financial assets are above 40% for the first time ever. What's more, Americans are trading on margin like never before. At the end of June, margin accounts totaled $882 billion, up 50% from just a year ago. And now they're talking about we're entering a period, or we've already entered a period of like the Roaring 20s. Now, none of you in this room, myself included, is old enough to know what happened after the Roaring 20s. But we're going to talk a little bit about that. 14 years of depression, that's what happened in a sentence. Kids in this room have gone to seminars where people preach we're never going to have a down market. Kids in this room have gone to seminars and paid people good money for bullshit. It's quite remarkable to me. It just emphasizes what P.T. Barnum said about 120 years ago. He said there was a sucker born every minute. I believe there's a sucker born every microsecond. I only use this one company, Robinhood, which is a very vogue investment for young kids. Average age of a Robinhood investor is 31 years old. Less experienced investors because trades are free. So that's how they suck you into the vortex. They're not really free because they're selling off the information, your data. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The average age is 31 years old. And many of them are first-time investors. And this is how they've scaled up from 2015 to 2021. But the more important thing is that Robinhood and many of the companies like Robinhood have come public and come to your awareness in a raging bull market. And a rising tide lifts everybody. It lifts the shit and it lifts the Rolls Royces. And so you don't know anything. And if you knew, like I knew, that 87% of all the money on the planet, 87% of all the money on the planet are managed by kids less than 30 years old, you'd be sick to your stomach. I'm gonna say it again, slow. 87% of all money on the planet that's managed by other people, they're less than 30 years old. What possibly can you fucking know? The frontal lobe of the male man has just become developed at between 26 and 28. It's still growing. That's why you do stupid things as a young man. I can attest to it. I could write a book about this dumb shit that I've done. We've got one mentee who's a Vietnamese guy, a gangbanger. Which you're going to hear him on a webinar. He said, it's hard for me to get scared ever since I got shot. He robbed banks and shit. It's tough for me to get scared, Mr. Pena. Because once you've been shot, relatively close to the heart, actually, didn't hit him in the heart, he'd be dead. So, yet here, some of you having gone through quarantine, congratulations. Some of you just, fell off the turnip truck, but you're here. And to say that this will be a transformational week is an understatement of biblical proportion. But only if you pull the trigger, meaning take action. We're going to listen to a guy a little later on who was at the seminar 3.5 weeks ago. I mentioned him last night. Who, if I was to bet on anybody not pulling the trigger, I would have bet on him not pulling the trigger. I already told you last night, we have historical data. The people that ask the most questions do the worst in the program. We don't give the slides anymore because we have historical data that you use that as a benchmark. It's like the online shit that you buy. 60% of it's never opened up. The shit that you buy and have Amazon, I guess Amazon delivers, you never open up. You never use. 60%. It was the same with our slides, the 2,600 slides. 80% didn't use them. Now you're saying, well, I'm one of the 20%, Mr. Pena. I mean, I'm getting fucked because I'm not getting them. You're full of shit too. So there's a lot of stuff we don't give anymore. We used to give gold and silver little QLA things to wear on your pocket watch. Gold and silver. We used to give Rolex watches away. What a waste of fucking money that was. And as I told you last night, we used to give this motherfucking seminar for free. That was even more of a waste. Whatever transcends waste, it transcended. Okay, YouTube, go fuck yourself. All introverts. And you're insecure. And you have self-esteem issues. All of the above and everybody in this room. 98% of the high-performance people on the planet are introverts. 98. 2% are extroverts. Of the 2% that are extroverts, only 10% of the 2%, or 0.2%, are alpha fucking males like me. So they're all weenies like you. Several of you laugh in here. It's a coping mechanism. It's just like stuttering. It's no different than stuttering. You can get away with a little more on Zoom and Skype fucking that. Don't laugh or smile. It's a sign of weakness. I'm going to say it again. Don't laugh or smile. It's a sign of weakness. And most of the high performance people on that board, and remember, that's only about 20% of, because the other 80% don't want their face shown. But of that board, they're all introverts except 3, and there's arguably only one other alpha male on the board. That doesn't mean you can't have the same communication skills I do, but you equate communication skills with alpha male because I'm not afraid to make mistakes, which I make a lot of, i.e. Donald Trump is a classic example of that. A lot of the shit he said, turned out to be not true. Now I have my own fact check system in my staff, which is behind the camera right now. And I'll even when I don't ask her to fact check, she'll, well, actually, this isn't true, Mr. Pena. And so almost everything I say that's going on the YouTube or on my website or on social media is absolutely 100% accurate, because that shit is going to be there forever. So I have her fact check it. You heard her say when she's not ruthless, but she's strong. But being Parisian, they're ball busters. The Parisians are ball busters. The French are ball busters in general. The Parisians are ball busters specifically. And she's a Parisian. And, a pushy broad. Now, I've said this before. Good-looking gals have 10 times easier doing this. 10 times. And that's without fucking anybody. If they fuck them like I hope they do, I don't mean take advantage. I mean fuck them like in bed. Suck their dicks and shit like that. I mean, this is worse than a license to steal. It's worse. Unfortunately, we don't have any gals in the audience. Normally we have 2, sometimes 4. And normally at least half of the girls are pretty good looking. Sometimes we get some real fucking really good-looking gals. But even if you're an average gal, this is easier for you. Because where they want to be treated fairly, they want the same money, all that shit they're complaining about, they don't mind. And we asked all the gals that come through, you don't mind having it easier because you're a woman, do you? No. You don't mind because you're a good-looking bitch with big tits. Now, what does that mean? Yeah. Blondes do have more fun. Right, Sally? And that's just the way it is. And if anybody over 20 in this room, well, one isn't over 20, but I'm telling the 18-year-old that that's the way it is. Now, they don't want that taken away from them. They don't mind having an advantage. Comments about Margot. Yes, sir.
When she was talking about the daily schedule, she said that she wakes up at 6 o'clock and works nonstop until 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Correct. Then she eats a little.
That's not really hard. From that's 8 hours. I mean.
Yeah. Well, first of all, true Europeans don't eat their lunch. Their biggest meal is like 2 to 4. I mean, real. You know, Italy, Spain, Portugal, France. The Germans don't adhere to that too much. Or Germanic countries, I should say, don't adhere to that. But yeah, she works 8 hours and then she goes to the gym. She actually was a boxer before, and we had just coincidentally, I paired her up with another gal. Because they were both tall, not because I knew that they had any pugilistic expertise, but they put on a good show. Two girls banged it out pretty good. And I wish we had boxing again, but we don't. But in the guys, it's only one round we go. And I want to go 5-minute rounds like MMA. Well, we haven't had anybody come through this program that's in good enough shape to go 5-minute round, let alone 5. You know, it's talk's cheap and you get in there, and we've had some, but every single seminar, somebody got seriously hurt. We didn't put that on YouTube though. Seriously hurt. Because, you know, normally when you have a 3-minute round, you go hell-bent for leather, you know. And we had one guy knocked unconscious, lost sight in both eyes because the retina, you know, he got hit, boom, 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 like this by, we've had guys, some serious shit happen, broken bones, dislocated shoulders. But we didn't share that with you YouTubers. And I used to be the referee in the beginning, but then I almost got knocked out of the fucking ring. And Sally said, that's it. We got to get a real professional referee. So the last 3/4 of the fights, we had a professional referee who kept it clean. But Margot is just, and she said, funny enough, the scripts work. I don't think that's so fucking funny myself, as yet, but that's very French. That's especially very Parisian. I wouldn't give you fucking shit if it didn't work. Comments about, oh, yes, sir.
It seemed to me that her real turning point was an instance where she was really frustrated and talked to a law firm or something like that and just kind of had a...
No, she had 10 or 12 no's on cold calls. And she said, even though I stepped down and then I stepped back in, I think she said she made 50, 60 cold calls that day. And 10 or 12 of them, first 10 or 12 were no, which is not unusual. But they weren't no from a principal. They were no from, they left messages. Everybody else has their own breaking point. There's not too many, you heard what I played the first time when I mentioned the leading Mercedes salesman here in Britain said, and I played it, I never heard so many people whine and ask the same question, does it really come down to cold calls? And it's what breaks most of the kids. And for those of you that laugh and think that that's not, we'll see. Because if you adhere to the weekly reports you're going to get for yourself, not for me, and you answer them honestly, because you're only fooling you, you're not fooling me. because I don't read them. There's not a 300 cold caller in this room a day. There's not a 200 cold caller in this room a day. There's not a 100 cold caller in this room a day. We might, as they say in Oklahoma, you could have maybe a 50 cold caller in the room. 50. Real live. You heard Gerard, he said he made 20 cold calls in a day. Now he's running a business, cut him some slack. We've had polished salesmen, their wives tell me, Bob looked at the phone for 45 minutes without touching it until I said, what are you, a cunt like Dan says? Pick up the fucking phone. This is a polished salesman. If it were as easy as it sounds, we'd have everybody that comes to the seminar would be a billionaire. So someplace there's a disconnect, right, Murph? Someplace there's a disconnect. And the disconnect is not in the system, it's you. And it's you between your ears. It's like Goliath and who did Goliath fight? David. David is that okay? You're the David. He's the little guy, right? Yeah. You're the David, and then there's the Goliath. And you think, fuck, you'd be doing a spreadsheet now. He's 7 times bigger than I am. Probably the only, and he's got armor over his balls, so it's not like I can't get my foot up there to kick him. You do all the spreadsheets. And then you decide to walk away after he spit on your wife. Now, where I come from is just the opposite. I look around, no bricks, no. I tell the story, this is a true story. Muhammad Ali fought Sonny Liston. Most of you weren't born, okay? Sonny Liston was a bad motherfucker, okay? And we went to a drive-in theater, the Van Nuys drive-in theater in Van Nuys, where a big screen, a bunch of cars are parked, right? And he fucking knocks out Sonny Liston. And we're all drunked up, drinking in the car. I mean, it's like a good old time. And as we're pulling the cars out, now there's 800 cars trying to get out of 3 driveways. And a car hit our front bumper. And so, and I was always the first to jump out of the car. I jumped out of the car and, hey, you cocksuckers. And they knew what cocksucker meant, unlike the 13-year-old. And they sped away. And we chased them, just like in the movies, It was a car chase from Van Nuys to Mulholland Drive, for those, okay, where the big Hollywood sign is. And every time we'd get up close to them, yeah! And finally we're on Mulholland Drive, which wasn't paved in those days, 1965 or whenever it was. And their car gets stuck on a rock. And so the tires are spinning, but the car's not moving. 5 of us in our car, 6 of them in their car. I'm the first to pile out of the car, as I always was. And the first guy that gets out of the car is 6'8", 275 pounds, and my heart dropped to my stomach. Didn't have time to do a spreadsheet. But the one thing I learned from my neighborhood is the best defense is a motherfucking offense. And so I hit him as hard as I fucking could in the jaw. And by the grace of God, he twisted his ankle on a rock and fell down a fucking cliff. Now I'm thinking, Sugar Ray Leonard wasn't around then, but I was ready. Boom, 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 boom. Now, I was tough, but I wouldn't have normally picked a fight with a guy that outweighed me by 100 pounds. And so I'm dancing around telling the guy, you get out of this car, I'm going to do the same to you, you cocksuckers. I'm going to beat you to death with these hands. And all of a sudden, I look over my shoulder, and it's the guy. And he's crawling up like this. He had dislocated his shoulder. Shoulder's down here. But he was still willing to fight. Fuck. And he came up and he said, he called me sir. Sir, I was just going to apologize. Now I felt like this. But I'm still. Now, 5 months later, I'm at a USC Oklahoma football game. telling the exact same story. And a big meat hook hand was put on my shoulder. And I turned around and it's him. But then I saw his arm was in a cast by the grace of Allah. And he said, did you tell him that I was coming to apologize? Made me feel again that. No, I didn't get to that part of the story yet. And he said, you know, I should be down there in that football game. And he was a starting left end for USC. But you guys spreadsheet it, wouldn't you? Or run. And all my guys, nobody got out of the car. But they didn't get out of their car either. That's human nature. I'm going to show you a slide tomorrow. Survey was done, 15 or 1,700 people in the United States and Europe. 75%, and they see an old lady getting beat up. 75% of the people would take a picture with their iPhone. Only 25% would try to help the old lady. That's where we are. So when I say we're through, kids, we're fucking through. Now in my neighborhood, 105% of the guys that jump on the guys, even if they wind up being dead. You say something bad about somebody's mom, I mean, no matter what, those are the fighting words. And I pick up a brick or a fucking pipe or something. And as I got older, if I can't beat you to death, I can hire somebody, sure as shit, that can beat you to death. And that's why it's so easy, because nobody's going to fight you. I mean, financially. Nobody. You will find not one person. And the Dutch are real cunts. I mean, really soft. The Belgium, and you're going to hear a guy from Belgian Waffles, yeah, Belgium, who's fucking the Dutch for practice right now. You're going to hear him. And that's where we are. There's nothing wrong, morally, ethically, legally, taking advantage of the situation. But you got to man up to do it. You got to man up to pull the trigger. And if you don't, then, as I said in the first few minutes of the seminar, you can never say with your hand on your heart, I didn't know how. You may decide not to do it. That's your prerogative. You know, it's a free country, free world in most of the world, not certain parts of the world, not so free. But you know, if you decide not to do it, you know, Allah be with you. Any questions about Margot? Yes, sir.
Could you please explain the success fee model for lawyers? I didn't quite get that.
Well, that's because we haven't talked about it yet. But when we talk about, it used to be called success fee, okay? Then it was called alternative fee methodology. Now, in the 21st century, because the cunts have to use a different language, or it's called delay fee. But basically what it is I'm your lawyer, and the first deal you try is this guy, and it fails. So the fees that I accrued working on your deal with a failed deal are pushed to the next deal. So the second deal is this guy. And unfortunately, it also doesn't come to fruition. So then the fees for the first and the second deal are pushed to the third deal. And then normally the accountants and lawyers won't push them more than 3 deals. But in recent years, we have a lot of kids that they don't get the deal done till the second or third deal. That's delayed fees. And all the big accounting firms and we have scripts for this and we'll go through it. And all the big accounting firms and all the big law firms do it. And they have been doing it for decades. But in the infamous words of Bruce the Whipple, if you don't ask, you don't get. And I use the example, you know, much to the chagrin of our daughter. Back when I was single, living in New York, there used to be a place called the Library. It was the hottest meat market to get laid in New York City, in Manhattan. If you couldn't get laid there, it's because you didn't have a dick. And they had 100 bar stools. And people would stand in between the bar stools. You know how you at a bar, kids still go to bars, right? Okay, you stand in between them so that there'd be 2 seats like this and there'd be 2 or 3 people standing in between them. I know you haven't, Murph, but believe me. So I'd stand sort of one end of the bar, and every girl, I'd move down, I have a drink in my hand, and, do you want to fuck? Do you want to fuck? Do you want to fuck? I never got to the end of the bar without getting fucked. Never. Not even one time. I got spit on, kicked, you name it, drinks thrown in my face. It's a numbers game, just like QLA. Now, when I ask this question, when I go to University of Edinburgh, Oxford, I didn't ask the question to the Naval Academy, but anyway, I did ask the girls, why are you called midshipmen? And they looked up and said, would you like to ask the commandant the same question, Mr. Pena? Well, tradition, they tell us why the gals are called midshipmen. But other than that school, I didn't ask the girls, when was the last time you had a good fuck? And the girls just go, they go like this. When I used to teach Nyrota, Erasmus, and some of the Dutch schools, and really pretty girls, goddamn, they all seem to have blonde hair with a ponytail and bouncing tits. I mean, I can just vision, Okay, I've never seen a part-time high-performance person. When I was in the Netherlands, most of the Dutch, who are lazy, but Holland isn't heaven, they want to know if you can do this part-time. It's a way of life to me. I think this way. I'm this way when I wake up in the morning. Except when I'm by myself, I wear boxer shorts and T-shirts. I have 300 or 400 T-shirts that I wear, and I got about 100 pair of boxer shorts, and that's how I dance around the castle in the daytime, even when it's cold. Anything else about the Belgian waffle? Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe Warren Buffett is just a very frugal person.
Is he frugal?
No, Warren Buffett.
Oh, well, that's yeah, but that's not really the case. I mean, I remember he said for years and years and years and years that you can't justify a corporate jet. And then he bought NetJets. And you really can't, no matter how you cut it, you can't justify corporate airplanes. You can't. And when it came out that Emmelt, when he was CEO of GE, had 2 backup jets that used to follow him around because in case one broke down. And he ran that fucking GE into the ground. And now he's trying to resurrect his legacy about how he was really, 9/11 happened after I took over. And it did, just right after he took over. But Jack Welch, although I never had the privilege of meeting, was the greatest CEO in the last 100 years. They used to call him Nitron Jack. He took the company from almost 400,000 employees to 160,000 employees, and took the company from 25 billion in equity to 450 billion in equity. He used to decimate employees. The human resources hated him, and he would, but he'd keep the real estate, but kill all the people. He invented, so the legend has it, he really didn't invent this, rank and yank. Let's say we got 25 of us in a company. Every year, he supposedly did it every other, you rank all the other 24 of us, and then you rank all the other 24 of us, and you rank, okay. And so the people that are the bottom 20%, you fire. Really, it was the bottom 40% they got fired. And you're being evaluated by your peers. So how can they bitch? They still bitched, but how can they bitch? Rank and yank. He reconstituted corporate America. Now I'm beyond Jack. I want to fire 60% every other year. He used to do supposedly 20% every third year. Legend has it when I was running and gunning, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired, every third person. It wasn't quite that bad, but it was kind of that bad. You want to get control of a business? Let's say that you're the top 3 producers. 1, 2, 3. You two are fired. I can find out a reason for it. And then you got all the rest of the producers. Well, fuck. If he's going to fire number 2 and 3, you're 6 months from, I didn't do it this way. That's why they say I'm not tough enough. I'd have to wait for 6 weeks before retirement. That's when they used to blow them out. I couldn't do that. I still can't. Let the old bald headed guy, let him slide, let him retire. But the big guys, the guys that ripped the belly out of the world in the 80s, I was one of them. We used to buy companies with overfunded pension plans. People that had worked 30, 50, 90 years, and the pension plans were all overfunded. We'd buy the company, rip out the money of the valued pension plan. We would pay off the debt and fire everybody and keep the difference. Great arbitrage. I couldn't do that. I'd let Murph's got 18 months to retire. So I would start picking shoes and, he was an altar boy. But the guys that I know, they wouldn't hesitate. What you wanted is to buy companies that the average age of the employee was 52 to 53 and a half years old, with early retirement at 55, and blow them all out. You want to talk about ruthless? When Marco says that, I think about that. Well, stupid bitch, she didn't know what she's talking about. Now, I know guys that are ruthless. You wouldn't exist in their world. They chop you up like hors d'oeuvres. I mean, worse than that, the worst thing you can think. And they're still around. And the irony is, the kids, the morons, the young kids don't even know it. That's what you ought to be bitching about the government. That's what you ought to be carrying your fucking placards in front of embassies. Not this global fucking bullshit warming. I mean, the rich get richer. Remember, the only way we're going to do away with the national deficits, the world deficits that are around, is debase the money. That's the only way. They're never going to be able to pay it off. And that means the poor guy that's got $1 and the rich guy that's got $1 million. So now we're debased 90%. Who's hurt the most? That's the only way that you're going to get rid of the deficit. The only way. And no president, no prime minister, is going to belly up to the bar to do that. Yes, sir.
With what you mentioned with firing some of the top performers, would you recommend us to do that?
Yes!
Okay.
We're going to talk about that. Because normally the top 3 guys are always a pain in the ass. Because they know they're the top 3 guys. They always want more money. I had a guy once who represented 40% of the bottom line. 40%. His name was Clyde Goins. I kept him. Fired everybody else. Clyde, are you sure you can do this without them? Abso-fucking-lutely, Mr. Pena. Head of Human Resources, get your skinny ass in here. Come here, tits. That's what I used to call her. Tits, come here. No, I don't want you to blow me. Fire everybody. January 1. Except Mr. Goins here. We're making him executive vice president to God. And I's God. And we're going to show you how to fire people. No matter what country you live in, no matter what state you live in, no matter what fucking province you live in, we're going to show you how to fire people the good old way. For cause. You dictate what cause is, though. When people say, I live in New Jersey, I can't fire anybody. I live in Oklahoma, I can't fire anybody. I live in Edinburgh, I can't fire anybody. I live in Belgium. That's bullshit. You can fire them in Netherlands, Belgium, Ethiopia, you name it. We're going to show you how to do it legally. Human resource will hate you. But you can do it. Your wife will hate you. Good. Your kids will hate you. Good. Next time your kids whine about fucking climate change, you ask them, if you could do a magic wand and you could make the earth today stop all the shit, how long would it take? When they hear, if everything went right 1,000 years, well, we all know it's not going to be right? And everybody that's got a half a brain or any money knows that. And that's why fucking Obama buys his $24 million house 9 feet from the water. He's going to live another 20 years, right? At least. It's only the morons. Like in Evita, it doesn't matter what the morons say. And we got people in Spain eating their mother and only get 15 fucking years in prison. Now that to me is criminal. They should have drawn and quartered him, chopped him up, fed him to the fucking rats. That's how fucked the world is now. And thank you, Allah. That makes it easier for us. Because all the morons on the planet's values are in the wrong place now. And we can fuck them for practice. And give all the money to the Catholic Church, Murph. Any questions? Who's my 5 o'clock? 5:30? 6? 6:30? Oh, God, Murph. Is it 8 minutes after 5? Approximately? 15 after? Fuck, this old antique is slowing down like its owner. Okay? Any questions? Now, I wanted to give you, in addition to your movie tonight, don't write about these, but we're going to discuss them. This is, how do you say that word? Okay, that's the fear of everything. He's going to pass them. And this, it's not that you dress like pigs, but this is a website that you can be on for free about how you should dress. And having looked at you, even though I know you're in your best bib and tucker here, you could be better. And just look at this and be prepared to talk about it. Not write, but the movie you're going to see tonight, you will pontificate about another icon, asshole, crook, thief, cheating bastard. And they all fall into the same category. But they're all trying to do, boy, are they trying to paint their legacy. God damn, all the money that they spent on trying to change their legacy. I mean, Sir Richard Branson wears blazers and suits now from the days that when he was selling advertising from telephone booths. Advertising he didn't own, by the way. And then we got you, goody two-shoes. And I'm not saying for you to, as long as it's legal, moral, and ethical. And morality and ethics swing in the wind, depending on whose side you're on and where you are on the planet. But legal is legal. And that's why a rule of law is so important. And a couple of you, all of you come from a place where there's a reasonable rule of law. A reasonable rule of law. Any questions about anything? Murph, I know you want to say something. Go ahead, Murph.
So this question started to come up earlier. When you're in your chairman, when you have your chairman, and you've talked about this from even the '96 tapes, the old stuff. You don't want to share doubts with anybody
but the chairman. You don't share doubts with your mother, your sister, nobody. Only your chairman.
So,
if he's your mentor.
So if he's your,
but if he's not
your mentor,
then you don't share doubts with him.
Okay. So you can split chairman from a mentor.
Oh yeah. I mean, most of the chairmen that you're going to ask won't want to be your mentors.
Got it.
Because this is in my generation. Implicit in me being your mentor is I have an obligation. It's like being a godfather to your kids. which doesn't mean shit now. But when I was asked to be godfather, 40 years ago, it meant something. Now it doesn't mean dick. So but I mean, at least we have a 2/3 divorce rate of the kids that come to that follow the program, and 2/3 breakup of business partnership rate. And it's really higher than 2/3 for both, but we capped it at 2/3 because we don't want people to know how high it really is. Most of the people up there have been divorced at least once, sometimes twice or 3 times. I mean, since they got on the program, because you may meet somebody after you're successful that says that they can anybody can live with a lot of money, but you're going to have the road to heaven isn't straight. There's speed bumps. You may consider them Mount Everest, but there's speed bumps. And even though I've almost been bankrupt 3 times in my career, not recently, I've always been a big money earner. And the thing I told one of you, I've never had a trouble making a lot of money. Never. When I was in graduate school, I was making 30, 40, 50, 60 grand a month. That's when I had a Rolls Royce when I'm 25 years old. And 30, 40, 50 grand a month 50 years ago is a lot of fucking money. I never had, just like I never had any trouble with girls. Never. And that's why I'm so amused at some of the comments some of the kids make. It's like the first movers. What's it? Bumblebee? What's the name of that thing? What? Bumble. They went public. It's an app for women to make the first advance or something for men. Oh, are you kidding me? And it went public and it's $15, $20, $25 billion in market cap. Are you shitting me? A company because they sent the first motherfucking text? I used to have women put their car keys, their hotel room keys in my fucking pockets at seminars with Sally standing next to me. And now a company's worth $25 billion fucking dollars because some fucking slag with flabby tits made the first text. This is why I know the world is kaput. It's unbelievable. And then the little skinny guys can't even get their willy wet. Jesus Christ. We were put on this fucking earth to pro-motherfucking create. That's it. And to get our willy wet. Not do rape and shit like that. But I can't even believe. I've told Sally, I'm going to go to CNN and tell them how when I was raped, which is a true story. I fought the 3 of them off the best I could. And then I just closed my eyes and pretended I was someplace else. You wouldn't have fought them off. They were big fat hogs. And I didn't want to penetrate them. What's CNN? What would Anderson, what the fuck's that guy's name? Anderson Cooper? What the fuck would he say? I can just say, Mr. Pena, and how emotionally hurt were you because of that? I really wasn't, Anderson. I only didn't know it was a big, I only realized it was a big deal in the last 25 years when everybody complaining about shit. 40% of the women that come to the seminar have been abused, raped, mishandled. 40%. 30% of the men. 30%. You don't see the guys on CNN with Anderson Cooper, do you? The world's fuck guys. And it's all the more easy for us. It's like it's like shooting fish in a barrel, they'll be on me again, and taking candy from a baby. Now, I used to see, you try to take candy or food from our dog, you get your fingers bitten off. But I mean, it's easy peasy. Our 12-year-old daughter, when she went to the seminar, said that it's easy peasy. Why doesn't everybody do it? And her older brother said, because they lack a self-esteem, Kelly, to their little sister. Okay, we'll see you at dinner. Read those. You don't have to write about them, but be prepared to talk about them. And you're going to write about the movie tonight. And I'll be ranting and raving later. Thank you. Thank you. If you had all those other degrees, you wouldn't have found it any easier. You would have found it harder to do the backward bicycle. We used to have the backward bicycle. And in the years we had it, we never had one person ride it backward the way it is. Not one. We had people get up in the middle of the night. We had people try it during lunch. We had people, never, not even close. I tried it, I want to say 1,000,000 times, but I tried it at least 500 times. I couldn't do it. We had a guy, his wife and his kid picked him up to leave here, and he said that, the kid was 4 years old. It took him, I want to say 2 seconds, that's an exaggeration. It took him 15 seconds to ride it. Kid didn't know shit, right? But he knew enough less shit to know that, and he'd only just started riding the bike. That's why it's tough to do this for almost everybody. Second thing is, I tell everybody, this is not a networking event. Back in the old days, a lot of bodily fluids got swapped, but I mean, less now. Because you guys fuck less now. So even when there's good-looking girls, there are ugly girls. I can draw a graph that almost is exactly like the graph that we're going to see either today or tomorrow, where less people are being born, blah, 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 blah. And there's 35-year-old virgin guys, and I can draw the same graph from the bodily fluids that used to be swapped here between you guys and girls. Occasionally guys and guys, and occasionally girls and girls. I don't give a shit, but the bodily fluids were swapped. And where we are today. And that Bumble thing, first mover bullshit. It's the demise of the human fucking race. The Japanese were ahead of us because they stopped having sex with females 25, 35 years ago. And they were into sex dolls. I won't say they invented sex dolls, but a Japanese guy would rather have a good-looking sex doll. And now, I didn't realize sex dolls have motors in them and shit. I didn't know that. Only until the last 2-3 years. I didn't know that. It was reminiscent to me of some bum fucks I've had in my lifetime. They just lie there, don't move. Okay. You probably don't even know what I'm talking about. You probably don't, but anyway. The backward bike. That I should send you that with the gigs and put you on your own. Now, how many of you had a bicycle growing up? Who didn't have a bike growing up? Okay. How many had training wheels on the bike? The little side wheels on the side? Or who didn't have training wheels? Okay. For those that had training wheels, and at some point in time, your mom or your dad or your older brother said, well, it's time for you to learn how to ride the bike without training wheels, right? And invariably, almost every kid falls over on his big melon head. And this is before you wore helmets and all that chicken shit. You fall over on your head. And what happens? Either your big sister or your mom runs over and says, oh, my baby, blah, 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 and they put the training wheels back on the fucking bike. And that's why you're fucked. There are no training wheels in life. The closest thing you have to training wheels are your parents, unfortunately. And normally it's your mom. Almost everybody in this room, save 3 or 4, said they had a decent relationship. It went from decent to nourishing, love and nourishing. A couple of you had shitty relationships with your mom. One of your moms a crack whore, and I've known some pretty nice crack whores myself, but they weren't my mother. But the backward bicycle, because for you to accept this like the Irish guy did, as quickly as he did, you have to get rid of all the cognitive learning that you've had. And that's hard. But when you're thick as two short planks, or you're not really retarded, but it's easy. Because you have little or no cognitive learning. Does everybody understand what I just said? And the ones that have the most cognitive learning, and I asked the degrees and scientists and that kind of shit, have the hardest time. And the guy that took 13 years, he's a rocket scientist. He puts fucking, shit on the moon. And he had a motherfucker that had a hard time. He says it doesn't make sense. And he writes formulas out. The only formula I remember is E equals MC squared. But I mean, the formulas into the 9th power, it doesn't make sense. This is not possible. The world has grown up on people having some equity, some skin in every investment opportunity since caveman. And one of your biggest hurdles is going to be convincing your board. First of all, if you get by, you will. When you get by, you don't know shit. And you're a mathematician that's doing healthcare. Once you get over that hurdle, which will seem like fucking Mount Everest, but there's really just speed bumps like we have on the road here. Where are you getting the equity from? Where are you getting the money from? And most of you will stutter because you're not going to follow the scripts. I don't know. That's what you're saying. Then he's done. But deals are not done with not somebody writing a check. Except for this model. This is the only motherfucking model that you don't have to have any fucking money. And then when he really didn't get a grasp of that, but then when we got to seller finance, why in God's name would anybody allow you to buy their company with their own money? Because that's what you're doing with seller finance. You get it, Murph? You're buying it with their fucking money. Impossible. The rocket will never get off the ground. And he had a formula for that. Yet it happens. And the Irish meathead, which I'm sure is going to be watching this, believed. And I have yet to hear from anybody from his class. And it would not surprise me that I don't hear from anybody from his class till next year. Why? Why will I not hear from anybody from that class, Murph?
Self-esteem?
Yes. And self-sabotaging activities, because you don't think you deserve. You don't deserve. I'll tell you you don't deserve it. That doesn't mean you can't have it. You can't fuck this universe, Dan. You're just a Mexican wetback. As I'm up her ass. I'll try to remember that. Come on, honey. You can't meet 5 presidents. That's President Nixon. That's Kennedy. Trump's no. Well, Trump. Clinton. Bush too. I'll try to remember that. Not in the White House. Not politically orientated. You can meet anybody if you give enough money. The backward bicycle is the course, is the seminar. That's it. There isn't anything else. And if we had the bike here, I would bet my life none of you could ride it. It's never been ridden before. But you're going to ride the backward bicycle of finance if you follow the steps. like the ex-IRA meathead. And I already told you what his claim to fame was. I'm not going to say it on YouTube. The fact that he fucking write it down is beyond my comprehension. But he's a meathead. I asked him, what is the statute of limitation on that? I don't know. Now, this is a young man. He did his first transaction in December 2019. 7 or 8, 10 weeks before Corona. And then deal 2 through 8, if I remember correctly, of 2020, he did those transactions. And then he's done those transactions through August of 2021. August, well, it closes next month, okay. And then these are the deals he has, LOIs and purchase and sales agreements, which they use in this country. And he was a scientist. I forget what he has a master's in. But he just believed. And he's now got about $10 or $12 million worth of equity built to his 60%. And his board of directors, through the solid lines, or actually through the lines of June 2021, each director has accrued about $1 million to himself, €1 million, excuse me. Yet you'll have trouble convincing the board to come on your board. And here are their board members in 18 months who did, no, this is an exaggeration because they're a good board, each earned €1 million. If you can't convince, as I put on one of the Godfather things when I talked about QLA versus Bitfuck, if you can't convince a board member in 18 months that you could earn €1 million for doing little or nothing, something's wrong with you. Yet most of you in this room will have trouble. I'm not trying to put the Ouija, the bad karma on you. I'm just telling you the facts. Because you don't believe it yourself. That's the reason. And you can't sell it. And you can't sell what you don't fucking believe in. This guy says, I follow the word of Dan like the word of fucking God. His parents asked him, how can you do this? He's not God. Yes, he is in this instance. I follow him like the word of fucking God. And almost every success story you're going to see this week is going to say it in different words. I do what he says like it's in the Bible. More or less the same, right? But you got to believe. If you don't fucking believe, and I can see the look in your face, what's that old psycho talking about? If you don't believe, you're going to fail, Baldy. And I know you don't believe. I can tell you who's going to fail right today. And that's what I used to do in the 90s. Sally said it had too much of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because some of the people that were on the border failed. I did it for the opposite reason, thinking that you had some grit. I was wrong. So we don't do that exercise anymore. Second day, I see mostly fear in your eyes. But you're better off than the cunts that are watching this on YouTube. You took a chance on yourself. And most people's self-esteem and self-confidence is so low, they don't do that. Just like they don't ask the girl, the pretty girl and all that bullshit. I still can't understand. I didn't ask him to go out. Will you blow me? Not will you go on a date with me. And the candy and all that. What a waste of fucking time. And there used to be a rule. By the third, I don't know if I'm saying this right, by the third date, if you're not getting fucked, or is it not getting kissed? Anyway, by the third date. 3 dates? I'm not going to waste 3 dates on this bitch. And now maybe it's the third year. Fuck. No wonder for the first time in the UK, we had more people die in 20 20 than were born. The first time in the history of the UK. When I tell you it's the beginning of the fucking end, I'm not bullshitting you. But that's what he did. And he was a slow starter. And you're going to hear him later on today. 1,613 calls. Just like the Belgian waffle yesterday. 500 calls in Belgium, 700 calls in the Netherlands. When I tell you 2,000 calls if you're slow, and Bruce Whipple was 1,800 calls. Real calls. Not texts, not this, not that. Calls to a decision maker. Where I come from, if I told the guys 2,000 calls, they'd be cold calling motherfuckers. Sally and I used to own and run, and actually these young people were with us in those days in Asia. It took me 1,500 and some odd employees to find 5 that were good. 1,500 plus to find 5 that were good. And these are 2 of the 5. How'd you get rid of them, Dan? I fired their ass. And in the Christmas of, I forget how many years ago, the rumor is that I closed down a call center on Christmas Eve. That's not true. I closed down a call center on December the 7th or the 9th or the 11th or something, and put everybody out of work. And then there was a program on TV in Manila called Ambush, where they had investigative reporters follow you around, take pictures of you. And the TV program was really based on catching politicians taking bribes. That's how it started. But they followed us around, and they stormed it. I mean, they stormed our office, and our little employees, and the Filipinos are little, are fighting off the fucking, the paparazzi. I thought it was great. I mean, it was more fun than shooting kids in a fucking swimming pool. I mean, it was dynamite. Sally didn't like it much. Running down the street, trying to outrun the little fuckers. Any questions about this chart? Yes, sir.
LTM states for? Sorry, LTM states for? Last 12 months. Thank you.
Was he speaking English? Now, if I were you, I would not try this in English. No. You better go back to the meatball, spaghetti brain Goombas. And see, people think that, but they don't say it, do they? How did I have a 96.4 closing ratio when I used to sell real estate when I was a graduate student? Because my sales is about expectations. When my sales manager, old, retarded thief, Kelly Norwood, a disbarred lawyer from Berkeley, Bolt Hall, told me, Pena, you ought to close every cocksucker that walks through the door. And that was my expectation. And I closed 96.4%, and I cried about the 5.6% that got off the hook. I wouldn't take no for an answer. And when I was given the job as being sales manager for the whole company, we had over a 50% close ratio. Every meathead had over a 50% close ratio, which is unheard of, impossible. When you go into a job and they say, well, you got 3 months to get your feet on the ground, or 6 weeks, or you got to learn, right? They had an hour. Not just in sales, anything. I fired people, hired them at 8 and fired them at 9. I can smell death. I go in and take over a new division. and I walk down the aisle, and if people are closing their laptops, my assistant behind me just make a note of them and tell them they're fired. Or turning your computer off before they had laptops. Why would you turn your computer off when the new boss is in town? Why would you shut your laptop down? We all know why, don't we? The people used to pray that the new boss doesn't come down my aisle. This is, you know, when I hire people or I buy companies, today, the bankers, accountants, and lawyers don't want me to come to meetings. Today, 2021. They called Sally, Mrs. Pena. We know Mr. Pena's busy. You know, we can probably handle this, you know, just with you on a Zoom call or whatever. Because I ask hard fucking questions. And when I'm trying to get money from them, I ask hard questions. My favorite question is, are there any prepayment penalties in this commercial loan or whatever it is? Most of the morons don't even know if there's a fucking prepayment penalty, meaning if you pay off the loan early, you got to pay a fee. But you save that for the morons. I don't borrow money that way. I just, from one of my superstars, got an email about a breakup fee. I didn't read the email. Jason, I'll get back to you soon. Breakup fee. You don't even know what a breakup fee is. We'll talk about it later. Rule of law in the United States, Delaware, and states like that. Although there are other countries that are that have great rules of law, Texas, Nevada, Wyoming. So you want it to be, but you want, and when you're having your lawyers write up articles of incorporation, and you know, and all the bylaws and bullshit, and this is really important. And I know I say it every seminar, but sometimes the kids forget, is you want the bylaws and all the associated paperwork, whether you, no matter what kind of company you are, no matter where you are, whether it's in the Netherlands or in Texas, you want it to be company favored, not shareholder favored. Because someday you just won't be the only shareholder. Someday you're going to have 42 jillion shareholders potentially. And you want all the paperwork to be company, in favor of the company, not in favor of the little shitbag that owns 50 shares. And the lawyer will say, I think I understand what you mean, Mr. Jones. And they'll write you a letter covering their ass. We've gone through all the various kinds of the shit, and the board has requested the articles of incorporation, et cetera, to be in favor of the company. Company, not employee. And they'll write you and they'll try to convince you otherwise, but then they know how to do it. Just as when I teach you how to fire people, they know how to do that too. They're going to write you more than one letter. You know, this is, they'll tell you all the reasons why you shouldn't do it, and you do it anyway. And then you never have to whine and bitch how the employees have you by the balls. We've allowed the employees to take control of these fucking companies. Doesn't happen with me. And I initially learned it from the Greeks, the Onassis people. You don't ever hear about this shit about employees trying to take over shit in Greece or with the big vessel companies. Those employees are lost at sea. I got some great, not for YouTube, but I got some great Onassis stories about disgruntled employees and shit like that, what happened to them. I mean, they're legend. And the worst of them, or not the worst, the toughest of them all those great tycoons, was Mr. Onassis, who said he used to live at 1 Champs-Élysées place in Paris when he was a young man. He lived in the attic with the rats. He always was tan. He used to sit up on the roof with how, you can get a piece of tin or some shit and put it around you, so you don't have to worry about that. tin to get a tan because he wanted people to think he was playing tennis, golf, or sailing. Perception is reality. Now the kids say, I cheapen it by saying fake it until you make it. I don't like that, but anyway, I don't have to fake it anymore because I made it. But the woman that got the king to abdicate from the crown, George VI, here, you can never be too tan or too rich. Too tan, too thin, or too rich. Now, it may not be true, but the legend is why he abdicated. She taught him how to have sex with cocaine up his penis. I can tell none of you've ever done. Well, Jesus. What are you all, fucking tenderfoot virgins? He gave up being the king of, in theory, the king of England for cocaine up his parts. Come on, spaghetti brain. Okay. But your lawyers, your good lawyers will tell you, they may not want to do some of the things you ask, not because they're not legal. It's because they don't want to take shit. But when you go to court and, they incorporated you or they did this or this, like breakup fees. The Jason Nagy just set, history down in Australia, breakup fee. I'm not sure he's the first breakup fee that was ever won in court, but he just wrote me proud and congratulations, Jason. And litigation is a business tool. And if you want to get, that's not the end all, but if you want to get like what these guys are, you better learn how to use litigation and somebody on your board. You want guys that have been through the fights. You want guys with scar tissue. You don't want guys that are necessarily like you. Okay, so now you've got a board. If you really hump, you can put a board together in a week. 24/7, 7 days a week in a week. If you really hump. That gets back to, how soon can I get back to him? A half a day. And so, but you have dialogues, you have open dialogues, or open files, as they used to call it, with 15, 20, 25 people. And you follow the scripts, and the second, third, or fourth, or 10th pitch that you make to these guys is going to be better than the first. Now, some of, Meathead, you saw him, the Belfast Meathead closed his chairman right away. And you saw the results. Quite remarkable. Now he says, fuck, I could have done it 2 weeks earlier. Talks big, I could have fucked all night, but she got tired. Yeah, that kind of bullshit. So now you got a board. Now you're several steps closer to be legitimate. You're still not legitimate, but you're several steps closer. And the board members, again, you're not having any meetings. You don't need any fucking meetings. And you may or may not, for some of you, you won't use, for a lot of you, you won't even use your own profile because, you don't want to detract from the quality of the other people. Some of you, a couple of you got some shit to say, but you say it. So now you're going to find a accounting firm. Given that your communication skills will have gotten better, they're still not going to be dynamite. Now remember, you join the Rotary, you join Improv, you join the Improv, Rotary, Toastmaster, yeah, Toastmaster. My wife's a member of Toastmaster up here. She's a good speaker. She said, you'd have a field day here, Dad. And when you join these, you don't sit in the back. You volunteer. I told you the two committees to be on the finance committee and the membership committee, but you get up and talk. You don't just go there to listen. Some of you may be able to learn how to speak by listening, but that's rare. And the better the communication skills, the better results you're going to have. Now you're with accountants. You start with the 20th largest or the 30th largest. I would start 50, 100 miles away from where you live. And you have the templates and the right words to say. Remember, all the accounting firms, law firms, etc., have business development budgets. So they all have budgets to be able to not waste, but in their minds, waste on potential business. And it makes it that much easier. Now, while you're practicing with these accounting firms, you're asking your board, as Anelli said, for connections to accounting firms. But you don't go to them first. You go to practice. You stub your toe at the lower levels. And then after you made, depending on, you're watching yourself on video and the screen, and you're doing pitches at Toastmasters and improv, then you go to the accounting firms that your board has recommended. Now, if you've got a retired PwC guy on your board, he will know all the big four accountants, senior guys. And you ask your own in-house accountant and your CFO, which are probably both from big four accounting firms, is there anyone that you recommended that you would least likely like to represent us? You ask them their permission, and they'll say, well, he's a good guy, but if you can get this other guy at KPMG, is better. And then when you're interviewing the accounting firms, you're taking your accountant and your CFO with you. And if it's pre or Corona now, you've got them on the Zoom. You've got them on the Skype. In the old days, shoe leather, you showed up at the meeting. And as the Vietnamese gangbanger said, this is pre-Corona, the bigger the room that they've got you in is the higher the esteem they hold you in. If they put you in a conference room this big with an open bar at that end and buffet with food at that end, they think, and 5 partners are in the room, they think highly of you. If they put you in a room as big as this platform is, they think poorly, but you still do it for the practice. And in addition, when you're talking to the professional firms, accountants and lawyers, in addition to you want, World Cup tickets, Olympics are over there now, but you want everything. You want the whole enchilada. Ryder Cup tickets in this country. And when you sit down, if there's only a manager and an assistant, they don't think much of it. You should go through the practice though. But when you bring your CFO and your in-house accountant and they've only got a manager there, your in-house accountant and your CFO will talk with disdain to them as, how dare you? I mean, we're wasting our time. You've been with the firm 9 months? So you won't have to get pissed off. They'll get pissed off because they'll consider it an affront because nobody worth a shit came to the meeting. And the meeting is 20, 30 minutes max. And in the templates, you line up what you want. And are they capable of providing it? Now, all the big four accounting firms can provide everything we need. And some of them will tell you, well, we have lawyers now because all the big firms have law firms. And that's not what you want. You want a Chinese wall between the accountants and the lawyers. Thank you very much, but we'll get our own law firm. And again, it's delayed fees. They will understand delayed fees. And they can all do it. There's no question about it. They can all do it. And so you'll do 4, 5, or 6 law firms, the big four. And just because, as you heard Margot, I went to Fort Lauderdale, I went to Miami, and I went to someplace else, all the same law firm. Just because they said no at accounting firm 1, 2, same firm but different offices. They don't have a black ball or black mark that they put by your name. I went to back on Manhattan. I probably called on 10 Pricewaterhouse offices in Manhattan. 10. And finally got the 10th to say yes. Same thing with law firms. Same thing with banks. You can go to ING Bank. I think ING has 15 or 20 branches in Amsterdam. I've probably been to all of them. All of them. Until I found out there was one high net worth office, which, there was virtually no limit to the deal they could do. No limit. And so and before you go to the accounting firm, you send them your executive summary. Now it looks like fucking diamonds. All these guys that are big fucking hitters. And the accounting firms will know at least half of them. And now you're almost somebody. You're not quite, but you're almost somebody. And they will treat you accordingly. And if they don't treat you accordingly, you did something wrong. You fucked up somehow. And it's a different feeling, And when the regional partner, when the partner you're there to see, our regional partner is going to be by to poke his head in the office. That's a good sign. He may not stay for the meeting, but they look at you as future billings. That's all they look at you. I see numbers, euro signs, they look at you in a similar manner. Your future billings. And the bigger the consortium you want to build, the more, and they like the deal, they love you. Now, occasionally you'll go to Amsterdam after there was a big fraud in healthcare. And the Amsterdam head office is the one that got fucked. One of the things in the template, I know you're in the are you still in the mode healthcare, blah, blah, blah. Is there any transaction that could preclude you acting for me? And then nobody ever asked them that, except you. And they said, well, you may have read in the paper that we just got stung for 1.3 billion euros on a audit that we signed off on. There was a Chinese audit, and we got fucked. Ask them that. And they'll tell you the truth. They may say off the record, fine. But they don't inadvertently want to fuck you. They don't. And most people, not all, but most people don't want to tell lies. And so you'll get an accounting firm. Some may even say, I can. Let's say you've got accountants, KPMG, and your first deal craters, and they've got 70,000 euros billed to you. And the partner, the engagement partner, the most important person with a law firm and accounting firm is the engagement partner. Engagement partner. If there's 3 or 4 partners in the room, you ask them. I don't mean, I don't mean to put you guys on the spot, but assuming everything worked out, and the devil's always in the detail. This is in the templates. The devil's in the detail. Which one of you would be our engagement partner? Nobody ever asks them that because they're so fucking happy that somebody at KPMG would even talk to them. Which one of you gentlemen or ladies would be our engagement partner? And so they've already predetermined, believe me. And they said, well, John would be your engagement partner, and or Sally would be your engagement partner, whatever. And that person is the person, if you're going to build any rapport, that's the person you build it with. Because they can make or break your relationship with the accounting firm. They can kill your relationship with the accounting firm. They can write off fees. They can extend fees. They can do, as long as they feel that, you're not going to fuck them. And we've had deals roll beyond 3 dead deals. The most we've done, 7 crater deals. 7. The 8th deal came to fruition. I was the chairman, full disclosure, and I was a selling motherfucker because there was no way other than I was going to write a check for the fees. There was no fucking way. And it was PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ohio. And the 8th deal, like Superman. I mean, the 8th deal came in, humongous big deal. And I personally went and paid $1,900,000. We got a big check blown up like and handed. And that guy who was the managing partner of that office in Ohio, he looked at his partner and says, I told you he'd fucking pay. But he told me privately, Dan, if you hadn't paid that. He then became the chairman of PwC, the whole firm. I laid my career on the line. He says, I didn't believe the kid who's you. I didn't believe him. He looked like a fucking pimp. But I knew if you continued with a deal, crater after crater after crater, that eventually, I said, well, it came pretty close. Pretty close. I'm not happening. 7. So the 8, we have carried 7 deals. But normally after 3, they say, no mas. No mas. Like Roberto Duran did. But, so it's the engagement partner. Now, don't kiss their ass and none of that shit. But they can make things happen. And it's the engagement partner that will find you deals in the firm. The more comfortable they get, and the bigger the big hitter, as they say in PwC in Tokyo, big fucking hitter. They can make magic for you. KPMG, who represents Jason Nagy, finds him deals. The 2 big law firms he uses finds him deals. Of course, he's not a beginner. He's done what he said he was going to do. And when you over-deliver based on under-promising, which is just the opposite of what everybody else does, they'll do magic for you. They will do magic for you. After the kid that I just showed you that chart on before, his accountants and lawyers are digging up deals for him. Of course, he's generated a couple million in fees in less than 2 years. That's a good client. And money talks and bullshit wants. So now you got your accountants, and one of the big 4, and then when you send your executive summary, it looks like gold. You notice I didn't say bitfuck, I said gold. And when you start prospecting for the law firms, they sit up and take notice. Because they naturally assume that all the people that are on your board have done due diligence on the deal, the industry, and you. They assume that your accountants and all the people on your board have done due diligence on all the above. But the lawyers historically ask harder questions. And as you heard Margot say earlier today or yesterday, you can't bullshit them. You can't bullshit them. And I told you, don't smile at these meetings and don't laugh. Because that's a sign of weakness. Just the opposite. When you go into a meeting now, you're never going to go into a meeting and when these people start cackling, when your mother starts laughing, you're going to think she's a cackling old bitch. When your father starts laughing, it's the same as having a twitch. It's a coping mechanism. Now that's noticeable. How about when you'll see how many insecure people are in the room? Who had their hand up? Murph? Sir? God damn it.
When you're putting the board together, who should have the most operating experience with day-to-day?
The CEO and the CFO. CEO. Yes, sir, in the back.
Your in-house lawyer and your in-house accountant, is that the same as your corporate secretary and corporate treasurer?
Okay, no. Corporate secretary normally is the CFO. when you're starting. Corporate secretaries, they don't normally, again, is the CFO, but it may be the in-house lawyer, because a lot of the corporate secretary functions are more legal. But when you get real big, like you're gonna get, you got somebody else that's probably not on the board that's the corporate secretary.
How about the corporate treasurer?
Okay, well now, the treasurer. When you years ago, I had a treasurer who was also the controller. I had a CFO, and the corporate secretary was one of our in-house lawyers. But I mean, you don't have enough work for all those guys now. But the corporate treasurer manages your billions of cash. I bet you Warren the Buffett's got at least 2 or 3 corporate treasurers to manage, a tenth on 40 billion is a lot of money. I just saw our most recent cash transaction. Sally switched from one currency to another currency, and on millions, and just 300ths is a lot of money. And well, she says, "You want to give it to me?" It's all yours anyway, and it doesn't matter. It was somebody else's hand. Yes, sir.
There's a potential chairman that I'm looking at in Canada.
Oh, you're looking at him, huh? Is he looking at you? Probably not, huh?
Probably not. He's resonated from a board before because he liked like a anti-BLM or Trump tweet. Like how tainted can their past be?
So then he said something bad or tweeted something bad about the black movement?
Something like that. Like he laughed.
Forget about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, I'm for him, but I mean, forget about it. Yes, it's back in 1973 during the first oil embargo. I was one of the only guys that had a mobile phone that had allegedly a private number. Okay, but it wasn't private. It was linked to 7 or 8 people, all of which it was a pimp and a hookers, and I happened to get linked to them anyway. And so the pimp is I'm in Los Angeles. The pimp's in Westchester, and he's calling a girl who's by La Cienega to go to Beverly Hills to fuck some John at the Ritz Hotel, or the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. And I still remember her saying, I work too fucking hard for my monies. And the gasoline, the way to go, they had miles you got to get gas in your car. Miles. And I wish that I had that on tape. I mean, I'd have a field day with fucking CNN to hear how blacks talk about us. Now, my black friends say, you're my nigga. Now, if I go on CNN and say something like that, I'm in deep shit. But I have several black, contrary to popular belief, I have several black buddies, a couple of black girls, and I think that's all histrionics. But if he's got shit on, and the banks will do their cursory look, they'll look at Facebook, they'll look at this, and if it comes up, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get the money, and it'll hurt you. Now, for some reason, I get away, but I've got 50 years of saying this shit. I'm not some Johnny come lately. I've been talking this way a long, long time. So they give me, and I think a lot of people think that I'm demented or sick or onset dementia or something, so I get away with shit. But if I was starting all over again, I mean, you might as well start with a clean slate. Give yourself the best chance of success. Best chance. And having somebody, but a lot of the guys that are crystal clean aren't worth a shit because they haven't, fought it out in the trenches. Did I answer your question? Somebody else had their hand up. Murph? No? Anybody else? Whiskey. Okay, you gonna raise your hand? No? Okay. 1 or 2 million euros per deal. And I said, no, it's gotta be 10 million euros a deal. And they're all afraid that they're gonna go to the bank, load up the fucking car, and leave with the money. And so he had to go and change. And when we talk about how we structure the board meetings and what you do the day before the board meeting, we'll get to that in a day or two. But he is done remarkably well. He's had another kid. We have a almost 100% increase in kids with the mentees, because now you got lead in your pencil. You have self-esteem. And there's a whole theory, I don't necessarily attest to it, about how the little sperms, 400,000 or 500,000, and only 20 get through or 3 get through. But when you're feeling good about yourself, more of the little fuckers get through. And we have had women here that have been barren for 20 fucking years, that have gone to places where you get, the special treatments to have kids, and they've told them they've given up. And then the old hogs get pregnant here. About 30% of our mentees' wives are currently pregnant. Currently, from Corona. Little sperms know that they're, the sperm donor is feeling good about himself. And another thing that I want to get back to the Viking bitch. Another thing, when she talked about our audit, she hasn't had a fucking audit. There is an audit that says PricewaterhouseCoopers and audited numbers, and the footnotes, there's no footnote that says there's any exceptions. Then there's such a thing as a review. It's on PricewaterhouseCoopers stationery review, and it's got all kind of shit. This review was done in corresponding to the numbers the meatheads gave us. Okay. Then there's PwC compilation. The compilation is like the paper you wiped your ass with this morning. It means nothing, less than nothing. But the fact that it's on Big Four accounting stationery, it's, it means more than the numbers that you put together in QuickBook or whatever. But Andreas has done a remarkable job. And as you saw, I believe our turnover, I think it's 30 million. Yeah, I think it's 30 million euros in a couple years. And he started out just like you're supposed to, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3, and blah, blah, blah. And he has, accrued, about 10 or 12 million to himself with no money. And now he pays himself and the CFO a commensurate salary. Commensurate meaning how much is a 30 million euros is like $40 million. How much would a $40 million turnover company pay? And when we get about when you start drawing money. And so you're not going to be any of those board members, remember? The title, the flavor of the day for your titles are founding director, or founder, director of business development. For those that aren't, and I would recommend very few of you attempt to be CEO. We'll answer more questions if you have them about the Viking bitch. Yes, sir. Any takeaways about Andreas or anything else before I leave? Well, by the way, who's my 5:30? Who's my 6? Who's my 6:30? Nobody. Well, no. Okay. 5:30. Okay. Go ahead and ask the question.
Can you go over the percentage of equity we should give to the chair?
No, you get it in the template. It's not important.
Okay.
You don't have to make that decision till the night before the board meeting. And if they ask you, next. Gentlemen, bon vivant raconteurs, don't ask about money. Money's dirty. Even the Goombas don't ask about, the spaghetti heads don't ask about the money. Because it's beneath you. Only people like this ask about the money that are from here. Okay, kids, I'll see you at dinner and I'll see whoever is my appointments. During the seminars, the mentees although I tell them, I only want to hear from you when you do deals. I'm not interested in your fucking problem. You solve them yourself or die trying. But there's a plethora of them. They come in during the seminars because then they remember, and they tell me about their deals. And Maroney closed another deal, interestingly enough. And apparently the daughter of the person that he bought out went and vandalized the place, spray painted it, beat the shit out of it, This is the real life that happens. Like I told you, as Dan Locke told the Viking bitch, check your cash every day. Of course, with the greatest respect, Dan, you're dealing with, which ethnicity. They steal the doorknobs off the doors when they leave. And there's certain ethnicities that steal the furniture, the toilet paper, the soap that you have to clean the toilets. They leave nothing. We're going to tell you how you move in and the precautions you take tomorrow. But you can never underestimate, and it's the little old ladies that are the nicest to you that you buy that steal the most. So all that shit that your parents taught you is horse shit. So, and when you get somebody that doesn't steal something from you, you think you missed something. And then you waste, days looking, what did I miss that they stole from me? Because you don't believe it. And there are occasionally somebody that's a righteous person, but they're few and far between. The kids are just fucking crushing it. Just crushing it. And it shouldn't be this way. But when they see me on the YouTube live, more or less, like this is more or less live, it gives them, as they say in Kentucky, more incentive. And Andrew Carnegie said it, Warren Buffett has said it, amongst many others. If you need to be motivated, next. Andrew Carnegie said about 130 years ago, the 4 keys to success. Number 1, a financial motive must prevail. Number 2, financial motive must prevail. Number 3, financial motive must prevail. And number 4, financial motive must prevail. And even though Andrew Carnegie wasn't Dutch, he could have been. Money talks and bullshit walks. Irrespective. Now, most of you are too, maybe the Murph. There was a thing that came out in the early 60s. It was Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And it was a very famous paper, book, whatever. And it came out and it was prevalent just when I started university and flunked out again and flunked out again. Then I went to the military. When I came back, it was even hotter. And it basically was the first thing that people wanted to know that they're safe. And then maybe 8th or 9th, now the lighting and the music and the benefits and shit like that. Okay. And the financial motive was not even in the top 6 or 7, which is a load of shit. It's like they interviewed some of you morons that have never done cock in your life. Now whether you're, and there's a slide, I don't know if I'll use it, that says that whether your battery ran out of your iPhone is in the hierarchy of needs. But that's all bullshit. And there was a survey taken a couple weeks ago that vis-a-vis this argument, not real argument, but between the millennials and younger, whatever the younger ones were, whether they want to come back to work. And when the Corona first started, 31% of them said that they want to come back to work in the office. Oh, excuse me, 61%. Then when they just did it again a year later it was 31% would want to come back to work in the office. And that same survey data they asked the kids, would you come back to the office if we paid you $5,000 more a year, $10,000 more a year? And it peaked out at $30,000 more a year to come back in the office. 65% said no. I'd come back in the office for $650 more, let alone $30,000 more. When we talk about some of the stats later on today and tomorrow, that the more 40% of kids less than 30 men live at home still. And there's a whole series of stats that show that, for example, 25% of the people don't want to get driver's licenses when they first come of age. In America, it used to be 16. I don't know what it is now. But here in this country and in Europe, it's 18, I think. You can start taking driver's lessons, I believe, at 17 with a driver's learner's permit or some shit. When I was a kid, you couldn't get out of the house fast enough. You would go live on a park bench as long as you didn't have the thumb of your parents on you. I mean, you just wanted to get out. I'm thinking of that pig class. I had some buddies from Oklahoma that moved into a guy named, I believe his name was Eric Pitzer. I know his name was. And he, when we were in boot camp, the farm boys talked about their first sexual experience with chickens, sheep, and shit like that. And when you have sex with it, well, you needle dicks, probably not. You split the chicken in half, so it's dead as you're fucking it. And this Pitzer guy, we moved into the barn. My older brother and I. And because the opening of the barn was away from the house. So when they went in and out all hours of the night, it was harder for his dad, who would beat him with a rake, to catch him doing bad shit. And yes, every time we snuck out, we were doing bad shit. But now kids sneak out and they don't do bad shit. And there's just a number of statistics that show the demise, which I pounded to death. But mostly, Microsoft is going to, as I said yesterday or the day before, is telling their employees they have to spend 51% of the time in the office. Now, I like to know how they're going to keep track of that. Of course, you can keep track with when you're going in and out of the office with your card. But the kids don't want to work. And this PPP thing for the last year and a half has accelerated. The COVID has accelerated a lot of scientific things, which would have taken 10 years, we did in 6 months or 10 months. Fair enough. But it's also accelerated the demise. It's accelerated the laziness. It accelerated the lack of commitment by probably more than 10 years. Because, and when, again, I told you, when the easing ends, you're going to see businesses that only stayed in business to collect the money. And as I said yesterday and the day before, wrongfully, the monetary easing, a lot of it, you don't have to pay back. Some of you in this room have participated. And it's just accelerated, which has made us even better. In the email from Gerard, who is the gangster lawyer, to refresh your memory, he said, everything you're saying is true. And even though we're kind of getting back to normal here in Manhattan, it's still fucked and people are still afraid. And still people are, selling their assets off at big discounts. But a few of the kids have made the mistake that they get so enthralled because a $10 million deal is now $4 million. But the cash flow doesn't even cover the debt service on the $4 million. And it gets by them. I don't know how the fuck it can get by you, but it gets by them. But a lot of the kids are finally, even though I've said this for years and years and years, their first offer is 100% seller finance. Their first embarrassing offer that pisses them off is 100% seller finance. And one of the deal that I believe Gerard just described to me, was he said it was a fair offer. Well, if Gerard thinks it's fair, it's by definition unfair to the other side. But and the person didn't take it, and so he waited around until they went out of business, and then he immediately went and took up the lease, and apparently changed the signs on the building, and was in business. And Dr. So-and-so went on sabbatical. I don't know what the fuck he said. You never know what a Manhattan lawyer, especially a Manhattan criminal lawyer, will tell you. Any questions about either the Viking bitch or Andreas, which we shoved through in a short period of time? Okay. Last night you saw. I love that. I've actually talked to the old man. I try to get him here. I try to get a lot of these guys here, and none of them come. Can't remember his 8 wives. Just the most important takeaway from that film, the greatest tennis coach in the history of tennis can't play tennis. And for all the Googling you guys have done, and all the fucking motherfucking books you've read, and all the video cassette, all the shit to learn the subject matter, the why. You spend more time studying the why instead of the how. The greatest, at that time, I think it was 186 titles, and he can't play the fucking game. What does that tell you? Other than you should blow your fucking brains out, metaphorically speaking, of course. And why do you study so much?
Sabotaging activities.
Correct. And these guys that say they read 2 books a day and all this bullshit, I have to take a deep breath whenever I hear that shit, because I know it's not true. Most of those guys don't read 2 books a year. Yet you want to believe. You want to believe that. Because you're stupid. Because you think there is a shortcut. You think there is some sort of secret sauce, and there isn't. You're 2,000 cold calls away. That's it. Some of you that are a little more polished, and I don't think that Belgian waffle guy was polished at all, 1,200 cold calls. You know, but let's just say it's a given 2,000. 3,000. We've had kids that have come to the seminar start the cold calls while they're here. We have kids that come to the seminar, they get a chairman before they leave. They've got half of their board. And when the meat had asked me during the seminar, I said, just wait till it's just 3 or 4 days. Wait till because I didn't think he knew what he was doing. Well, it doesn't matter that he knew, whether he knew what he was doing or not. He just went and did it. And as you told me last night, it was just 100% balls. But you still look like your mother just died when I'm looking at you now. How many mothers have passed away in this room? 2 of us. Yet everybody else in the room looked like their mother just died. Because you're processing. So he keeps saying 2,000 calls. Maybe he means it. Like Andre said 1,613. And he's pretty kind of like a superstar. Whipple, 1,800 calls. Lucinda Burke, 1,200 calls. The Belgian Waffle, 1,200 calls. Fuck, and he's a Nimrod. Fuck. That's what you're processing, if not on a conscious level, on a subconscious level. Because again, I beat it to death. You don't want to be a salesman. You didn't go to school. Your parents didn't send you to school to be a salesman, did they? Anybody in this room, their parents send you to school to be a salesman? No. Better, Okay, comments about love means 0.
Tough love gets the job done.
My dad invented tough love in the late 40s and early 50s on me. He invented tough love. And virtually nobody in this room was raised through tough love. A couple of you, your parents beat you. We don't do it anymore. We used to say, how many in this room have never been screamed at until you got here? And then you raise your hand. Then we'd ask you, how many of you in this room have ever been physically disciplined by their parents? No, I'm not asking. We used to ask, okay? And then very few would raise their hand. In the 90s, when I asked that question, everybody in the fucking room raised their hand. Then we'd ask the question, have you ever been in a physical altercation in school, a schoolyard fight? Very few would raise their hand. How many were in a bar room brawl? Rarely did anybody raise their hand, okay? And we go down the list. And how many knowingly understand that they avoid confrontation? After all those questions, how many knowingly, that in your soul, you know you don't want to be confrontational? Not physically confrontational, but just confrontational. And almost everybody in the room would raise their hand. I rest my case. In caveman days, which I should have lived in, I should have lived about 60,000 years ago, or 160,000. If you saw a good-looking bitch, nice fat ass, like Nelly said, and big tits, you just hit the other motherfucker with a club and took her. And if you hit the other guy when he wasn't looking, you got away with it. And if he was looking and he caught you, then it was a fight, and whoever's the strongest. And now, 99% of you would walk away if they spit in your wife's face. You don't need to be a MIT engineer like Brian QLA Rose to connect those dots. What else about the movie? Zero. Love means zero. Yes, sir.
He didn't care that he hurt his tennis players. He just kept moving on. He didn't look backwards.
Sounds like Steve Jobs to me, amongst others. And almost everybody in this room would do the opposite. I'm reading an email from a mentee who fucked up big time. And he said if there was a word that transcended sorry, I think he didn't say it quite that good. There's never there's only a one time to make a first impression. The first impression is when they look at you, even on the Zoom, okay? The second first impression is when you open your fucking mouth. And you look, in the old days, they'd say, you look a fool. Not just because your communication skills suck, but because you're not sure the right words to use. Because when I say you're illiterate, I don't mean illiterate that you can't write. On whole, Europeans are more literate than Americans, on whole. The education system is, across the board, rich to poor, is better. The education system in America, if you're rich, quality. But if you happen to be from a ghetto or something, it's pretty poor. That's why they have these special schools in America, in ghettos, in barrios, where they have, I can't remember the name of the kind of school they're called. Yes, chartered. And my high school, which were morons, is a chartered school now. My high school that I went to. The high school I tried to burn down. This has been on YouTube, when I was a senior in high school, Walt Wojak, who's passed away, who looked kind of like Butterbean. And I wrote on my social media that when we put his ashes to see, when we were in junior high school, we used to go up to the college and beat up kids. When he was in junior high school, he could bench press 300 pounds. He looked like Butterbean, that boxer that's on. He was a slightly lighter Butterbean. And were sitting in the senior quad, and our school was locked down. In other words, when you came into school, you couldn't leave the campus till the school was over. And if you got out of school at 1, but school gates opened up at 3:30, you were fucked. Unless you were going to climb the gate and the fence to get out, you were there. So we're in the senior quad at lunchtime, and we're eating big boy hamburgers. And you couldn't, there was no delivery shit then. So the enforcer, vice principal, a guy named Hank Leeds, came up and said to Ruben Munoz, who recently died for serving life for murder in Florida, Walt Wojak, and myself, where did you get those fucking hamburgers, Pena? Assumed that I was the source of it. I said, we had them delivered, Hank. And you couldn't call teachers by their name, first name. When this period's over, get to my office. So when the lunch period was over, we went to his office, and he handed us our diplomas. This is 3 weeks before school lit up. Get the fuck off campus. We don't want you here. We know you're only going to cause trouble. So I put the diploma. We put our diplomas in our pocket. We went down to a pool hall, nearby pool hall, and we're shooting 9-ball in about our 10th or 11th pitcher of beer. Walt Wojak, the intellect of us, said, we got fucking rights. Excuse the expression, there's a nigger named Martin Luther King that's making a speech right now. I got a dream. Now, none of us knew what that meant, except, wow, the blimp. So we went back to the campus, kicked the door in of the boys' vice principal, the enforcer, and wadded up our diplomas and threw them in his face. You can't keep us from being on this campus. We're going to come here every day, which was more than we ever came, and I'm going to burn this fucking school down. And by God, I tried. I was not successful, thankfully. 0. He didn't care if he hurt people. Antithesis of almost everybody in this room. Some people say the QLA system is just a facade for breaking people's hearts and souls. There are some people that believe that. Those are people that dropped out of the program or failed. What about when he manipulated his boys against each other? Last night you had something to read about how Steve Jobs manipulates people. Success leaves clues. Some would say Trump manipulates people. I would say Biden does. If Biden was honest, he'd come forward. You notice how he has not produced his medical exams. He never will. You'll read about him in a book when he steps down and Harris takes over. My dementia mother-in-law talks better than he does. Joe, I know you're not watching this, so don't take that as a fucking compliment. What else about love means zero? Yes, sir.
He was the first that take the kids out of the parents' home in a little prison style and train them in a young age.
About 3 years ago, we had a kid here that was in the school, his tennis school. He was from South America. He was Mr. Tennis or so fuck of the early 2000s, you know, a gifted athlete. And he was there and he cried during this talk about the movie. He sat back there. He said it was worse than this. You have no idea how it was to be there for 3 years. From the time he was 12 to 15, I think. He says, you know, but he says, almost all of us were world-class athletes, but there's only one top of the heap. There's just one. And I wasn't it. But I was number 3 or 4, and he wouldn't piss on our face if we were on fire. He nurtured number 1, and he nurtured number 2 to take over number 1. That's it. And he says that you don't produce that many superstars. And I asked the kid who had been through the school, did anybody ever question the fact that he couldn't play tennis? He says, never came up. The only thing that were questioned is if one year he only had 2 or 3 or one instead of 2 or 3 world top-ranking tennis players. And they started saying he was getting old when he was in his early 60s. So now I think he's in his late 80s. And that film was taken about 3 years ago, so he was middle 80s. And he says that's the only thing, people are only interested in results or the lack thereof. What else about, yes, sir?
He said if you don't do wrong, you can shoot you can reach the tip of the mountain.
If you can't do wrong, you can't be king of the mountain. A lot of the things I say, when I say I rather, I may be wrong, but I'm never in doubt. Occasionally, as I'm saying the thing that is wrong, my brain is not so sick that I can't process black from white. But people like myself and Mr. Trump say a lot of things for effect. Everybody understand what that means? Say it for effect. Say it for shock value. And shock value isn't always 100% the truth. I'd like to think majority of what I say is truthful, but some of the things are just, some of the things that President Trump said were just off the wall. I mean, when he said he was putting turpentine and taking shots, whatever that wacko thing he said about it, he was taking shots that cured COVID. Yeah, I mean, but he said several things like that. But I mean, he a lot of that shit he really believes. But the biggest takeaway from Love Means Zero is, to me, is he didn't know the fundamentals of tennis. He didn't even know the fundamentals of getting in shape. He didn't know any of that, but he did know how to manipulate the young mind to greatness. He sure shit did that. And when he sold to the big conglomerate about 10 years ago, the results are still super, but they're not super. You're making money. And like some of these big companies, like Mercedes, Siemens, SAP, General Motors, Ford, they make money by accident because they have such inertia. They have so many deals. And that's what happens. They have, this inertia and you can't stop it. But the challenge is to get the momentum going to begin with. So it takes a lot of, get that old flywheel, the first revolution, the second revolution. And, but once you get it going, guys, again, it's like, taking candy from a baby. And when I first took I gave my grandchildren candy. I never took it from them. But I think of that when I'm, helping them to get on their sugar high. Your hands up.
So it's like exponential growth. So this one.
Yeah. But no, it's exponential from the beginning. Because with no money, you're earning roughly $1 million to your account. A short million, 850 to 950. Okay. And then by the second deal, you've got equity of $1.5 million. And by the fifth, you got equity of $4 million with no money. So that return is infinite. But it's not arithmetic. It's not 2 plus 2 plus 2. It's 2 squared times 2 squared.
Is there a stop? Is there anywhere?
Oh, well, no. Well, I'd stop. You get lazy. You take your foot off the accelerator. You get caught with your secretary blowing you under the desk. Your wife, whoever the fuck you got, sues. I mean, I've seen it all. And a stiff dick has no conscience. I mean, they just don't. I mean, guys, they get crazy. They get planes. One of my young kids got a plane, G2 kind of plane. This was years ago. He came here from Oxford. He graduated from Oxford, came here. Oxford, yeah. And I said, well, you ought to go to Silicon Valley and never come home. Change your name. He did exactly that. He ripped out, I don't know, maybe $300 or $400 million. The first deal Second deal, a couple $100 million. Got a plane. This is just when YouTube was starting. And he's showing girls sucking his balls on YouTube and says, I learned this at the Castle Man, from the Castle Man. The newspaper reporters are, did you know this kid? And I go, yeah. Well, what did you teach him? I said, I didn't teach him that. I said, and then he went and bid on, this was the second Gulf War. He bid on the green zone for security contracts, green zone. He doesn't know shit. He's got a degree from Oxford in paleontology or something. And he won the bid. He then hired G4 to do, they were the largest security firm in the world at the time, to do the contract. But I think, one of you YouTubers can correct me, I think the contract was for $700 or $800 million. And he paid G4, I don't know, a couple $100 million. Then there was a congressional investigation. How did this 22-year-old kid who didn't know dick, and then he bid the contract again and he won it again. Because legend has it, the government was so embarrassed that they gave him a second contract. Now, he's not saying that Castle Man showed me how to get a blowjob in a G2 anymore. I'm history. But thankfully, he tried to hire a big security firm to take the second contract, and they said, fuck you, we're taking the whole contract, here's $50 million, go get lost. One of my boys. It's easy, I keep telling you, it's easy fucking peasy. Now, he wasn't a meathead, though, he was a smart kid. Smart kid. And now he runs a big hedge fund in Boston. He went to MIT to get I think he's got a PhD from MIT now. And he's just ripping, slashing, killing, crushing it. I don't know if you, Chris, are you using seller's finance? If you hear this, give me a fucking email. But these guys, when they make a lot, I never hear from them again. Other than reporters come and say, did you really teach them how to get a blowjob in a G2? They forget the old man. That's fine. I don't need any of that publicity for sure. He didn't sit in this room, he sat in that room. Anything else? Yes, sir.
When you
understand the collateral now?
Yeah, I understood. But the example was clear. Thank you. And what you say about these kids that are getting this money, for instance, that guy, Josh, who flies in a private plane, does he pay the plane with his own money, or does the company pay for him?
I can't say that because I don't know, but I will tell you tomorrow, Friday, the last day. What day of the week is this? Wednesday? Okay. In 2 days, this time, 2 days from now, I will tell you that to run the company cleanly, without your personal expenses, you should have audits from reputable firms from the very beginning. It's easier to get money with big accounting firm audits. And you can't run the company as you've run your previous companies, your previous life. Because that ultimately catches up with you. He should not be paying for company money. I don't, even though I'm not going public, we have very strict audit rules, accounting rules here. I don't live off the company's assets. I live off my own. But not many people do that. But I've been to court enough where they're going through my personal accounts. When I got thrown out of Great Western, and they alleged that I stole tens of millions, and I diverted this, I diverted that. After a forensic audit by, I believe, E&Y, I think. I don't remember now. This is 25 years ago. For 9 years of being CEO of a public company, they could not account for $1,100. So maybe I stole $1,100. And I still don't believe, because I kept strict accounting every time I spent any money. But they couldn't account for $1,100 in 9 years. And that's not enough to indict you. Still pisses me off though. Who took the money, Murph? Who took the $1,000?
Could have been Amazon. You could have bought a book.
Yeah, well, I mean, fuck. Some smart ass said, Dan, don't you remember that tip you gave the hooker? I said, no, I don't remember that. And I wouldn't have been so cheap, only $1,000. But anyway, that's a whole other story. But this is easy peasy. It's easy to finance these deals. It's easy to finance. Anything else before we move on? Okay. But when the guy's not going to get any fucking money for 10 years, even Rufus Doofus will figure out, he doesn't even have to be Dutch or Persian to figure out he's getting fucked. But, 3 years, no interest is not unheard of. But I like to push the principal payments as far away as humanly possible. It's harder to push them far away when you're not paying interest. But if they don't bring it up, you don't bring it up. A lot of the stock documents that your lawyers use will have an implied interest in them. So you got to tell the meatheads, take that part out. And they'll say, again, they've never done it this way. What do you mean? You're going to have a 5-year note with no interest? Read my lips, moron. Take the implied interest out. And then just get a new lawyer. Because, it's unheard of. But it's done all the time. It's like absence of evidence. Pay attention, Chinaman. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Does everybody understand what I just said? Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because you never heard the motherfucking done before doesn't mean it's not done that way. In the circles of friends, nickels and dime and bubblegumville that you live in, it maybe isn't done that way. But in as your parents would say, the unscrupulous, money-hungry bastards, that's how it's done. That's how it's done. So remember, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Now, the analogy they used to use, which I think is a chicken shit one, when a tree falls in the forest and you're not there, does it make a noise? Now, I can see some of the meatheads. If the tree goes down, boom, and you hear it, right? Now we're sitting in the bar in the castle, and the tree goes down, boom. Does it really make a noise? That's the old time. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Is your drunken sailor husband that promised fidelity to you, and you're with him all the time, but now you're not with him all the time, does that promise of fidelity really happen? Well, I can already tell you 100% what the answer to that is. And one of our team here, Kim, who's been with us a long time, her son just went off to the Navy, and his first liberty was a few days ago. And I fully expected to get a call at the castle. He's been thrown in the brig. The drunken sailors, going fucking nuts. But no such call. And I told him, tell Andrew that American officer, I've been in a Navy brig. And you don't want to be in a Navy brig, especially as a young sailor. Okay. Did I answer your question? Okay, anything else about... Yes, sir.
I don't understand very well the difference between equity and turnover, annual turnover.
Turnover is revenue. Top line revenue is turnover. Top line revenue is turnover. Some organizations that are sales organizations, the top line revenue is the sales. So that's all they have. Did that explain it? So what was the second half of the question?
The second was just a curiosity, if I can say.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So what does the guy do with the money? Because it looks like a 20 euro jacket, and it looks like he lives in a basement with.
Well, that is the basement of his office building. You're absolutely correct. That he buys more, he invests more property. He's got a lot of cash, and he's got 3 penthouses. Which I told him was a mistake because I've gone down that route. And when you say it's better to own a house or a condominium or a penthouse instead of going to a hotel, it's wrong. You're right. I mean, you get tired of the penthouse, and six times that you're there, and it's easier to go room service and have Michelin star restaurant downstairs. But anyway, but now he's got 3 penthouses, and he just got married. I wasn't able to go to his wedding last year because of Corona. And he has legitimately has no friends, 0. He doesn't hang out, chill. All he does is work. He got married about a year ago to another workaholic, Deloitte gal. Most of these guys, I mean, unlike you, they don't go to, I say nobody, have you ever seen Bill Gates at a Super Bowl? No. Have you ever seen Bill Gates at a World Series? No. And I can go down the line. They don't go. That's time. Forget the kidnapping and all that shit. That's time. If you knew you were making $1 million an hour, some of these guys make $1 million a minute. $1 million an hour, how much time would you take off? None. 0.
He did QLA 11 years. How much money did he make?
Well, I don't know per penny, but I mean, he's hundreds. Now, arguably, he's never been in a down market, which I remind him of. He's never been in a down market. So most of you kids have never been in a down market. You don't know what a down market's like. I mean, forget this Black Swan. Let's say I'm wrong. I know I'm not wrong, but let's say I'm wrong. You've never been in a down market. None of you in this room. Maybe a couple of the older guys. So maybe 3 of you in the room, 4 of you have been in a down market. 5 of you. When it comes, kids, it takes everything that's precious to you. Your few pennies and 401ks. Having a 401k is a waste of... I'm not going to ask you how many have a 401k. That's a retirement plan in America. That's a joke. Those are jokes. The only reason the companies, the big companies, gave it over to the individuals to handle is because the companies fucked them all up. And your Social Security check. Social Security is the government kind of pension that you get in America. They have, different countries have kind of pension. You work 25, 35, 40 years, you get some fraction of what you put in, plus matched by the government, and then they pay you. And it's normally not, you can't meet the standard of living for sure that you were used to living at. And that's why you see a lot of this wrongfully. And you're helping them with assisted living. There's 2 sides of this coin. A lot of little old couples don't have enough money to. And the kids don't want to support them anymore. And so they're going to live in some little mobile home park. Who's a mobile home guy? Yeah, okay. And a fucking little caravan. That's a shitty way to end your life. But you're going to help them in assisted living. And you're not going to gouge them. And the doctor's actually going to be there 3 days a week that they promise, which hardly anybody does. And, they're going to take care of them. So by osmosis, I'm helping people through you meatheads. I wouldn't piss on their face if it were on fire. Literally. I'd save my urine up instead of saving them their burning flesh. Come on, China man, don't look so serious. Anything else about Marcus? You don't like hearing that these guys, how hard it is. You don't like Thomas because he's too aggressive. All these guys are hard asses. Just some of them don't act like hard asses. You don't like the Belgian waffle. Now the real mice are going to be coming out next week. The real mice but if it were that easy, everybody do this. There's a reason why, and the real reason why nobody does this but me. The real reason, not the PR reason, not the Murph reason, not the YMCA reason, is it's a hard motherfucker to teach, and it's a harder motherfucker for you to implement. As easy as it is. Otherwise, it's free on the website. Free! But to the best of my knowledge, I could be proven wrong, and YouTubers correct me if I'm wrong, there's no billionaires been created that haven't attended this seminar. None. Maybe I can flush out some. I don't think there are. Not that a lot of guys that, like people that we talked about the bricks earlier, that I didn't hear about in 26 years. Murph.
Is he now reinstating a board and going?
Yeah.
Rebuilding
the whole enchilada. He's going back because he's taken it
as far as he can go.
But it's tough to reproduce sales guys like Thomas and Marcus. It's a bitch, because like he says, when you hire outsourced sales, which he was asked, an outsourced salesman, he wants to sell something, not necessarily your thing. And it's tough to find salesmen as motivated as I am, because they didn't have to convince me to sell. I just was convinced by the money. And I was a selling son of a bitch. Some say I still am, but now I'm not selling to prove anything, because I've already proved all that shit. But sales is really the easiest job on the planet. You don't have to know dick. And salesmen are the highest paid guys on the planet. And most of them are like the hunchback. And for those of you that have a hunchback, no disrespect. It's a compliment. And my last story, I was called by a tax haven kind of company. They were gold-based. This is pre-Corona, and for sure, Bitfuck. About 15, 18 years ago, to go make a speech in Tahiti. 5,000 guys that spent $5,000 to come to this. Anti-government, no taxation without representation, anti-this, anti-that. Okay. And I went down there for a big fee. I can be bought, or at least I could be bought then. And on the stage at a Sheraton Hotel in Tahiti, and the air conditioner went out. It's about 40 degrees outside, and now it's about 45 or 50 inside. And I'm perspiring. Well, normally my suit's wet anyway. My socks and underwear are wet when I finish the talk. When I was at the one day at Heathrow Airport, my underwear, my socks, everything was wet. When I went back to my suite and changed clothes. And so I'm dancing around the stage, and it didn't have, there's a good reason why we have stuff that you don't fall. I'm dancing around, and I used to run around like Zig Ziglar and jumping down. And I got in the front row were wheelchair people, disabled. But I couldn't really see. I could only see the tops of their heads. They didn't have bald people. The wheelchair people, unbald, not bald. And I slipped at the edge. And as I went up, my legs went up like this. And then I could see, and I came back around, I could see wheelchairs. And one of the wheelchairs, the one right in front of me, a little gal had a little baby. So in those days, I used to wear big wingtips, heavy shoes. So I tucked my knees in to try to make sure to not hit her and her baby. And I landed on my feet. All 5,000 went crazy. They thought it was part of my act. And they go, man, do it again. And I'm just thankful. I just thank everyone. And then I kind of said, excuse me, ma'am, I didn't mean this. She was frightened, she's screaming and crying. The baby thought it was a big deal, a lot of fun. And if it was that easy, everybody'd do it. There's no reason. There's no reason. I.e., the kids that have done it that I've never met. But I'm not afraid that there'll be guys coming to do this. Because the first benchmark is, have they done it? But they all lie and said they've done it, even though they haven't. But guys, it's there. It's there. Anything, who's my 5:30? 6:30. Okay, and then I will see you for cocktails. And Duncan will be standing over there to hit the gong. And tonight's just the movie. Nothing else to read. And we're getting down, like sex, it all comes at the end. We're 60% done, kind of like the 60-40 deal. And the 40 that we're going to talk about tomorrow and the next day is how you get a seller to pay you to take their business off their hands, which is kind of fun, as Sally would say. Some of the kids come just for that, because that's not on my website. And we're going to talk about the different nuances of the seller's finance and getting financial institutions accepted. But the bottom line is, not all banks will accept it, but enough banks will accept it for us to build a big business. And you use the seller's finance to build the base of your business. If you're going to build a $500 million business, the first 50 million or so should be predominantly with a lot heavily laden with seller's finance, because that gives you a lot of latitude. And the better you can structure that seller's finance, vis-a-vis pushing out the payments, no interest, etc., the better off. Some of the banks, when you go to recapitalize the business, and when you recapitalize, that's a euphemism for taking money out, the banks won't believe that they think that you forgot to put the interest rate on these seller finance notes. They'll think that your accountants overlooked it. It's that strange. They won't, and some just won't believe it. Some will, want to check. They think that there's some kind of fraud involved. But it's the way the business is. Okay, kids, we'll see you tonight. Thank you. I'll see you my 5:30. Get emails from you kids, as I alluded to yesterday, that I haven't heard from that have done deals. I'm just reading one just now. Canadian mouse moved to Florida, has done 5 healthcare deals in about 13 months. Left his family. I'm not recommending that. So don't get me, I don't want a bunch of shit from wives and shit. But he left his family. He was serious. Pardon? No. Who said 5 kids? He's a Goomba. He's got spaghetti for fucking brains. And use the mic. No. 5 deals. 5 deals, not the 5 kids.
I understand that. You said the Canadian guy. I thought it was that one.
No. That's tragic. When all of a sudden you wake up and you see all these little shit, we used to call them curtain climbers. Yeah, curtain climbers, the kids. And you ask yourself, why the fuck am I here? There's not a married man alive that hasn't woke up one morning and thought that. Not even the Murph. What the fuck am I doing here? Today we're going to talk, we're going to do the chairman, what do you call it again? We're going to talk about the magic 60-40 deal and show you 2 examples. One example is how not to do it, but it still got done, which you're going to do because even though I show you the numbers, what not to do, that's exactly what you're going to do. And then we show you what you're supposed to do, the 60-40, which very few of you will do it right because you're scared and you'll do anything to get a deal done. So you don't look like a fool to your family. Why'd you spend all that fucking money to get berated by that old man and then you can't even do a fucking deal? It's worse than not for you guys. You can't get it up at night or in the morning to get fucked. It's worse than that by a multiple of 1,000. And then we're going to talk about goals and affirmations and my goals and how quickly they came to fruition. This is no accident that my life followed very closely the pattern of Andrew Carnegie. And I spent my 75th birthday at his estate here in Scotland. It's not a coincidence. What are the odds when I set my goals 40 years ago? What are the odds? 1 in a trillion? But I had that in my mind wherever I went. I just didn't want to be 3'8" like he was. And when you go into the castle, the doors aren't short, but the door handles are. Which it took me a couple of days to figure out. Because normally when you and I'm tall, but most people, they're just fine. But anyway. So it's not a coincidence that Skibo and the Guthrie are similar. It's not a coincidence. Because he was my, as you would say in this day and age, my virtual mentor. I guess, I don't know what you call him anyway. And a lot of kids get confused when they read the Napoleon Hill stuff, that he had Lincoln and all these people as his dream team. Well, needless to say, that was a virtual dream team. But some of you meatheads, I swear to God, and I'm not going to embarrass you because I used to ask and try to embarrass you, make you look like shit. That's in the days when we had people piss and shit their pants in the seminar. Because I ridiculed and emasculated them so. But I'm a kind of softer Dan now. Although we've had, when Brian QLA Rose came, and I bet you he didn't say this to his following, when he was at the Hard Core, the kid sitting next to him collapsed in a seizure, throwing up all over Brian in his new suit. Brian was only interested in the fact his suit got ruined. He didn't give a fuck if the guy died. We had 3 doctors in the room. Not one of them came up to help the guy. Not one. A nurse finally came up. One of the Australian doctors went over and kicked him and rolled him off his side. And then the nurse pulled his tongue out of his mouth or out of his throat or wherever it happened. That's the real world. Because if the doctors had touched him, then he fucking died, they get sued. Anyway, back to this. So we're going to talk about goals and affirmations and how quickly they can come to fruition if you do them religiously. And as I've told you already, I still do my affirmations and my goals. I was tired last night, so I find myself, as I said a couple of days ago, skipping or reading too fast. Normally, word for word, but I skipped through a few last night because I have about 23 affirmations. And the affirmations for my family, my kids, my children have changed over the years from the time when they were before they were born. I wanted them to be born safely with 2 hands and 2 feet. And then when they got into, I wanted them to be potty trained as soon as humanly possible. And then, so then when they got out of graduate school, I wanted them to find the right girl, the right guy. And that all happened, though. And Brian, if he were here, and I don't know how much he shares with his millions that follow him, but he says affirmations change his life. So you said that you've seen the transformation in QLA Rose. Well, affirmations changed his life. He didn't believe in them. Last night you saw Steve. I don't know Steve. Alpha male. What do you think? Or what do you think? We already know he's not you. I say it chucking, laughing. That's a fucking understatement. Yeah, yes, sir.
He has a sales background making him successful.
He has what?
Sales background.
He doesn't know anything about anything. He doesn't know software from a fucking hot iron. But he's a selling motherfucker. And you want to know why, right? Yes, sir.
He also likes to listen to himself. He was constantly talking. And
he does. A lot of us do. A lot of us do. I can relate to that. Mr. Trump can relate to that. Yeah. And he also said that he knew that this was going to be on YouTube forever, so he didn't say one bad word. I said only fuck twice at Oxford. And then when I said it the first time, I turned to the moderator. Well, I don't know what they call him anyway. But he was my mentee, the kid, Oxford student. And I said, I'm not supposed to say this. You already did, Mr. Pena. And then they had had a lot of attractive people, girls there. But the mothers were more attractive. And there was a cutie pie in the second row wearing a gold sweater. And I know she didn't wear that tight gold sweater just because it was the trend. And then there was another one about where you are in the back that was wearing a tight red sweater. Hey, cutie, you with a gold sweater. You had a question? And you're not supposed to call people cutie. I was going to call her, hey, tits, but I didn't do that. I was calmed down. And then, but I did say the one in the red, hey, you with the, and I hesitated, red sweater. You know. But what else about Mr. Ballmer? Yes, sir.
He's really enthusiastic.
Yeah, you're just telling me the obvious. I mean, come on, guys. Jesus Christ. Of course, he's an enthusiastic salesman. He sweats and he jumps up and down. Just the opposite of you. Yeah.
Obvious fact. Bill Gates is a pussy. And he's an introvert. He needed someone who is opposite of him.
Absolutely.
Ballmer was a bull. He was a killer.
Correct.
He doesn't know.
Still is, by the way.
He doesn't know shit about what he's doing.
Well, he doesn't know shit about anything.
Anything. But he can just, knock anybody out.
He rams it down your throat. They used to say Pena will ram it down through your teeth, through your esophagus, and come out your rectum. I may be wrong, but I'm never in fucking doubt. Never. Just the antithesis. Even when you believe in something, you don't sound like Ballmer. And we know why.
Self-sabotaging activities.
And self-esteem and all the things. And who caused that? Your rum-dum, Nimrod, brain-dead parents. What else about Mr. Ballmer? They were afraid when he bought the Clippers because of his personality that he was going to fuck it all up. And he's gone, I'm informed, he's gone out of his way to stay out of the management. One, he says, I don't know anything about basketball. which is true. He changed the paradigm of valuations of sports teams by paying up. He paid $2 billion or something, a little more than that. And the guy that he bought, the league forced the guy that sold it. He was a racist fucking guy. Everybody knew. In Southern California, he was a racist, and then he got caught on camera saying it. Guys, all these guys are nothing. Like I told, the voodoo shit here. I mean, these guys are nothing like you think they are. Nothing. Not even a reasonable facsimile. But you want to adopt that because it's more close to your own weak personality. And one of the biggest errors that is made, and when we talk about how to pick the best board for you, not for me, is that you pick people that, even if they don't exactly look like you, they sound like you. If you don't raise your voice, you're going to pick all board members that don't raise their voice. And then you're just going to have a bunch of yous. And how's your fucking program worked out? It hasn't, right? But you're going to drift back to your default is, unfortunately, you. And if you do that, there's 2 or 3 of you that have a persona, let's say, they can make it. But that's why I say you got to get some fucking guys with some nuts on the board. You just do. Otherwise, it's going to be tough sledding. Otherwise, you're going to be Atlas Shrugged, pushing that load of shit up and never getting to the top. And I tell you this because to scare you, shame you, whatever the word is, so you do it right, or you do a reasonable facsimile of right, and so you're successful. And selfishly, so I can have some more numbers. I have to calculate all these numbers. I mean, there's not $200 million in these numbers they just sent me, so it's not a fucking rounding off decimal point for me, but we keep track of all of them. What else about Mr. Ballmer? Yes, sir.
The most important decisions involve hiring and firing people.
Human capital is the most important thing. And how you attract human capital and how you get rid of human capital. I learned from Onassis group a long time ago. It's not the people you fire, Mr. Pena, it's the people you don't fire that will ruin your business. Remember what the Viking bitch said? She was coming up with all these excuses not to fire the asshole. And even after he moved, his whole fucking family, less than 60 seconds to fire him because he knew he deserved to be fired. Now, even if I deserved to be fired, if I'd moved my whole fucking family, I would have made more noise than that. Sometimes you're going to fire them, and I believe in firing in person, face to face. They're going to tell you, Pena's not going to be here to save you, asshole kid, and they'll get up and leave. Which is true, I'm not there to save you. And then you question whether you should have fired the fuck or not. And that's why he said it, or she said it. Because you can't keep your mouth shut. We'll talk about that tomorrow. How you can use my name or not use my name. Fact is, you can't use it. Nobody at the Bank of Montreal or Deutsche Bank or ING gives a fuck about Dan Pena you've been to this class. I can assure you, it will only detract from any possibility of you getting any fucking money. But that's the only thing you have. It will not help you get any board members. They will only shun you. I can tell by, everybody. I can tell how you thought you were going to use the QLA dogma once you leave here. And you will, you're still going to do it, but it's not going to work. When you read a book by Freud, and you use that rationale in part of your decision-making process, Just say Freud said. Maybe some of you do. You're fucking that stupid. So my name's not going to help you. What else about Ballmer? Yes, sir.
He says that conventional wisdom, like, fail forward, fail fast. He says that's bullshit. He says you don't fail fast. You work at your fucking stuff until you make it work. You don't just give up at any obstacle.
Well, I don't agree with that 100%, but I know what he's talking about. Because, when the software engineers will, just engineers in general, a car would never leave the assembly line of any automobile manufacturer since the beginning of time if it was left to engineers. Because there's one more thing to fix. There's one more tweak. And so that's why you ask the engineering group, how long do we need? They say 9 months, you got 60 days. And somehow it gets done. How much is the project? My two favorite examples are the Obama healthcare platform, where all the systems engineers worked on it for months and months and months, and then it didn't work. And what not many people know that not he, but whoever was in charge of that, outsourced it to 2 or 3 Canadian companies, all of which were black. Gee whiz, what a coincidence. And it didn't fucking work. And they paid $1 billion. For those of you that are coders, I could build a steel platform to the moon for less money. Forget a software platform. Siemens had a similar experience. Their platform only cost 600 or 700 million euros. It worked though, but you had to have a PhD from MIT in engineering to figure out how the fucking thing did work. What else about Mr. Ballmer? Yes, sir.
Be all in or be all out?
Well, you're all in or all out. And I was of the opinion, and still am, you're either with me or against me. And a lot of people weren't with me because I was too outrageous. But it's funny, the big money was with me. Arguably the smart money. But just because some group or entity has great resources and great access to money doesn't mean they're smart. The big and smart money that's been around a long, long time is smart because they've kept it through cycles. And a lot of the kids, the internet scum billionaires, we'll see if they have their money in 20 years from now. And and I was wrong. Zuckerfucker, but he surrounded himself with a lot of smart people, smarter than he is. He was smarter than the Twinklefuck twins that he stole the shit from. But Ballmer is an example, again, doesn't know anything about it, not dissimilar to Nick, tennis guy. He doesn't know why his system works. All he knows is that it works. And it's worked for several decades. And it will be one of the speed bumps you have to get over from when you're picking your directors. And once you get past, where's the money coming from? How do you know this fucking thing works? And you've been given, that means they haven't bought you. They haven't been sold on you. If you get asked those kinds of questions, and obviously the hunchback, he doesn't know why it works, does he? He believes, like the Word of God, like all these guys have said, that it works. Either that or I'm paying a lot of money to central casting and people get up and lie. The $500 billion deal, Neom, is a lie. We got the Saudi, the Jordanian, and the Egyptian governments to lie. We got him to lie and do that press conference when Klaus was appointed CEO, to lie. And there's some nimrods out there that really think that QLA is a conspiracy. Now, we send kids to, I used to say, if you speak Farsi, Arabic, you go to Iran. I used to say it. I don't say it anymore. And we had a guy, a Canadian guy, go to Iran. And he was buying shit up like a vacuum cleaner. Until he did a seller finance deal with some cousin of the Ayatollah Mafak, whatever the Ayatollah was then. And then he was, his arrest, sentencing, and put in jail happened within 48 hours. He says, I can't remember whether the trial, he said I was comatose, probably because I was beaten so much, and he went to jail, and 6 months later, the Canadian government got him out of jail. And Ayatollah Mafak said the QLA was communistic. Doesn't matter. He could say it was whatever he said. Nobody's going to question him. And so we don't send people to, we sent a woman also. And I feel a little guilty about that one because this type of shit was in jail. My excuse, your kind of excuse you would use, I didn't know he was in jail at the time. I should have known, but I didn't. And she went, and she's lucky she didn't get raped by every fucking person in Iran. And she's a lady lawyer who's now in New York. She's a private equity lawyer. But she went over because she was from that part of the world. I don't send you to Iran anymore. I don't send you to Iran. But this guy, he said, he got a letter out towards the end of his sentencing. He said, I had trouble, would you hand it to me? I had trouble going to sleep at night, hearing men screaming and crying because of being raped. The first 3 or 4 months, he said, I had trouble going to sleep. And yes, thank you. Fortunately for him, he was 6'7", 290 pounds, about 10% body fat. He was the power lifter champion or something in Canada. And he says, everybody left me alone. And he said, but I had trouble falling asleep, hearing the screams. He laughed. He said, I used to complain about my kids crying at night. He said, I just hope I get home again. Anything else about Steve? Murph.
So, similar to Jobs, he talked about being a two-trick pony instead of one. So they, for a tech company that big to change what they do twice, he said that's pretty remarkable. And I think Jobs did the same thing in a different way.
Yeah, and these guys, when they have build these big dynasties, as they're called, nobody wants to be a one-trick pony. From my lips to your ears, I don't give a fuck if you're a one-trick pony. I will be so happy I won't know whether to shit or go blind. My prayers are for you to be a one-trick pony. Forget the fucking second trick. Because a one-trick pony will make you super rich and add numbers. You want to do it once. Everybody thought I was a one-trick pony, but they were wrong. Let's see, there's another email. There he is. This is his last contract he sold. It's like they think I don't believe him, so they send me them signing the contract, which I find amusing. My most funniest, that's not a real word, but I had a black kid from, not Ethiopia, the one right above Ethiopia. And it's a French one, but it's an African country. And he said he had trouble doing it in Ethiopia. And so he moved to the UK. Only speaks French and Ethiopian and very little English. And it's on my website. And he's about a 6'5" black guy. And he's sitting at a table signing the first contract. Doesn't even speak fucking English. Not much different than Hunchback. But for those of you that don't follow, and you're going to get an outline that if in 60 days you haven't done a deal, you should blow your brains out. I think it's 10 days for a board, 10 different, and it gives you an outline. And Thomas alluded to it when he said, when I fell behind, but then I caught up. Remember he said that? And but that's when it was 90 days. We've changed it to 60 days. We should now change it to probably 45 days or 30 days because we got guys doing deals in, weeks. And it's like the 4-minute mile. When Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, they said that no human could run that fast. Okay? After Roger broke them, in 1954, I think, or 3, a bunch of people broke the 4-minute mile. And Laszlo Chibori was the 3rd guy to break the 4-minute mile, who was my running coach. I should have been coached by him, but I talked him into it. I used to go on the slow days. And Mickey Gorman, who was a world-class runner, who I befriended, who won the Boston Marathon, New York Marathon, used to hold the world record. I used to go to her, and Laszlo would say, "Pena, I thought you weren't going to be here today." No, Mickey picked me up late, and they hated me being there. But I was how when you run intervals, I was the slow. You'd run 220 sprint, and then you'd run slow the curve. I used to run the curves with all these guys, and they were still fast for me. But I went to the best. You don't have to explain about Laszlo Chibori. Just as Nick gave private tennis lessons as well. He still does. I'm told he can barely get around the court now. Okay, anything else about Steve? Yes, sir.
Question, do you have 2 pony tricks on the Hall of Fame? Do you have 2 pony tricks on the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. We have 10. 2 pony tricks. We have 1 3-pony trick. No Dutchman. We got a minus pony trick, Dutchman, a couple minus pony trick. Anything else about Steve? Yes, sir.
You said the most important part, you have to have an idea, a great idea, can generate money and work hard.
Yeah, but you don't have, it doesn't have to be a great idea. You know, Microsoft and Apple and have come up with ideas that weren't great. Their selling, marketing was the thing that was fucking great. And their products caught up with their marketing. In the beginning, a lot of the shit didn't work. And you had to be reasonably sophisticated to understand it didn't work. I wasn't one of the ones that was reasonably sophisticated that didn't understand it didn't work. But the real thing that all these guys have is they want to succeed. There's something within them that drives them. Whether it was child abuse or they made fun of you or you stuttered or whatever the fuck it was. Or you had your eyes weren't set right in your head. Or you had different color, or your 2 eyes were different colors. Or whatever. Or you were a hunchback. Something drove them. And now, I mean, in the last generation and a half, the kids have so little self-worth. You can't even shame them. It's tough to shame them into doing shit. It's quite remarkable. And I've seen unfortunately, I've seen the change in the last 28 plus years. I've seen the change. I've got a Asian, very famous Asian guy who's, you know his name, mentee. he has fought all kinds of afflictions, and he's a multi-billionaire in China. And he did it because he thought he shamed his family because the way he looked, the way he was born, how he looks. But the way he fucking thinks is, is the antithesis of how he looks, because he's a super genius type guy, rocket scientist. He's made a lot of money. But you have to, whatever you find, and some people don't find anything. I don't want to be disingenuous and lie to you. Some people don't ever find that little thread or that little hook to hang your hat on. And some people can't ever get over the fact that they don't think well of themselves. But you will feel better, but you may not ever feel really, good about yourself. And that's why the therapy about being molested and shit like that doesn't work. Doesn't work. As the black bitch. Oh, by the way, one of these guys said, "Say hello to Murph." I just thought of that. Wait a minute. Excuse me for interrupting, but I just thought of that. Say hi to Murph for me. Now, what the fuck? Who's this guy? I didn't even look at his name. Vito Bora. You know him? Was he in your deal? Says, say hello to Murph. Say hi to Murph for me. I mean, you're famous, Murph. It's like the black girl who said all it takes is a guy to look at me a certain way, or when I'm she doesn't like to say having sex. Then I'm making love, and then all he has to do is move a certain way to remind me. You never forget it. I will never forget. Shitting my pants in the closet. Never. If I live to be 150, I will never forget being in the closet and feeling the shit run down the back of my leg. Never. When I take a shit now, if I have runny shit and it's not a full whatever, I think of that. I can be 500 years old. I'm never going to forget that. There's something in your lives that you will never forget. You may be keeping it on a subconscious level. I'll never forget that. The beatings, fuck. You can beat me all day. And then my mother with shit down, coming out my pant legs. My mother walking me to the car. Is that what drives me? Maybe. But I don't care if that's the why. Okay, anything else about Steve before we move on? Okay, I want slide 19, whatever it is, the one I want. We're going to talk about goals and affirmations. And you can work on the goals during the day, during the break or during lunchtime, but they're due tomorrow morning. I showed you the first slide. Is that a coincidence that I have a very similar estate to Skibo, to Andrew Carnegie? And by the way, when I started over the years, I didn't know that Andrew Carnegie was a less than amicable person when I first started all this, when I was on Wall Street, and I found out how I mimicked how he did deals. When I had clients, both high net worth individuals or corporate clients, they wanted to have the least amount of exposure, to use the least amount of their own money, to have the most leverage for the highest returns. That's what they told me. Of course, they told all the young guys coming on Wall Street that. But what they did, all the young guys took the easy way out, and they just normally used institutional research. They sold the shit that the big Goldman Sachs's and Merrill Lynch's wanted him to. And but I didn't. So I searched around, and then I found Mr. Carnegie, and that how he was diluted very, very little through equity injections from other people. Very little, you know. Of all the deals, he was diluted less than 5% of all the transactions he did. And that's saying something. Well, then, where was he getting the fucking money? Debt. Or as the Europeans would say, debt. Do you Europeans know why you say debt instead of debt? You say debt. Anyway, that's a whole other story. Anyway, so I found, and then I tested it with 2 or 3 deals, and the results were phenomenal. The ROIs were astronomical, and the clients loved me. Okay, they loved me anyway because I was a great bullshit artist and great salesman, and I should have been Irish. There used to be an Irish bar down on Wall Street. I mean, and they always used to say that they all call me Danny, by the way, because that's more of an Irish name, and so. But anyway, so. And when I left the Wall Street firm and I went to work for one of our biggest corporate clients, which is all on YouTube, he was Irish, a drunk Irish named Kennedy. Not anything to do with the Kennedys, but he was a drunk Kennedy. And his older brother was named John Wayne Kennedy. John Wayne Kennedy. And coincidentally, he had broken his neck and broken his back, and he had a hunchback. I hadn't thought of this in a long time. John Wayne Kennedy had a hunchback with a broken neck, and he looked kind of like in the movie Frankenstein. You know how he's got that neck like this? That's what he looked like. And so we made a shit ton of money, and they asked me what. I was president of one of the subsidiaries, and the subsidiary that I was a president of outperformed all the other 9 companies, cumulatively. And so the Kennedy family, as it were, they were all drunken Irish swines, no education, all pig fuckers, every one of them. Said, well, how are we doing this? And I showed him the Kennedy thing. And so then I became the CEO of the big holding company. Yada, yada. Okay. But for the same reason Carnegie used it, I used it because, one, you didn't have to have any money. And rich people, if you show them a method to where you have no money, and you can still make a lot of money, they even love you more. Because most rich people have been trained to use their money to make money, not use other people's money to make money. Everybody follow me? Okay. So I became, a flavor of the day, so to speak. And I did all the crazy shit kids do, and that's why I know the younger kids, not the old goats in here, are gonna do crazy shit, because I did it. And I'm not saying you should do it, but I understand why you do it. That I understand why, because I actually did it. Some of the psycho things I did. And I had goals, but I didn't have affirmations in the beginning. I had goals. And if you make enough money, you can make shit happen. And I associated it with hard work, and hard work. That's all I associated with. And later on, I met Jim Ryan, the famous miler, who never won a gold medal at the Olympics. He fell down in the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City. Fell. I think he got a silver medal. And he talked about affirmations and goals, and he could see himself over the years since he was a little boy. And then I started studying what affirmations would do. And now after that time, John Elway saw himself winning the Super Bowl in overtime. But he won the 3rd Super Bowl he played in, not the first 2. So I realized I met other people and how athletes have been using affirmations with their goal setting, etc., for 150 years, 200 years, or since the first Olympiad, 2,000 years ago. So I figured to myself, especially because I'm not athletic, if it's good enough for gold medal people. I also met the shot putter from Texas A&M, that won the '68 Olympics in shot put. And they all said the same thing. And they all had gold medals, except for Ryan. Well, fuck, this must work. Just as you're supposed to think, you saw all these hunchbacks, and they all got fucking filthy rich. And it wasn't by accident. It can't be by serendipity because there's thousands of them. But that's not how you think. But anyway, that's the plan. That was the plan. Man plans, God laughs. Okay? I thought I had the perfect mousetrap. Anyway, so I started setting goals and affirmations, and shit just started happening like crazy. And even though I've been thrown out of 3 companies I founded because just because of my personality, I guess. I don't guess. I know it's because of my personality. I'm not trying to make excuses for it. So in April of 1983, I'm running down Torrance Boulevard in Los Angeles. I used to run 20 miles on every Saturday. This was when I was in my running mode. And I had just seen a magazine called Rob Report, which I recommend you all subscribe to. The Rob Report, R-O-B-B Report. Now there's 5 different editions of the Rob Report, but then there was only 1 edition. So I opened it up to the inside, the inside cover, and they had things for sale. Ferraris, jet planes, and a castle on an island. And I said, well, fuck. And I wanted to leave America because I wanted to get away from my family. Because I had made a lot of money with the familia, although they never hurt me. But I mean, I felt Mexican guilt because I didn't attend certain things. And I decided then and there that I was going to buy a castle on an island. Now, that was April of '83. Now, the castle and the island, it said that he'd done a deal with the book. And I said, Roberto, why are you here? We know why the monkeys are here. Why are you here? And he said, I'm CEO of this company. I said, I can read. I'm not fucking, I'm not a third retard, a third black, a third yellow, or a third Chinaman. I can read. There's no secret sauce. You figured it out. You already did one. He says, well, I can read. He owned 1% of the company. But he had bought. No options. Nobody gave him shit. And the shareholders, he had tough shareholders. He lucked out by taking out the Israeli shareholders. This was a deal that in the normal private equity time frame is they went in and out in 7 years. Well, they were in their 9th year, and so these guys are dying. So I knew he had an advantage over the professional investors. And I said that he said that I'm the one that turned it around. He says, well, you're your first acquisition. There's somebody in this room that you could be your own first acquisition. Okay, which nobody knows how to do well. It's easy peasy. So he said, and he got a smile like this. And he said, it's like spaghetti brain. Could you explain it? Or like some of these other dipshits. Could you explain it again? Could you talk about the blowjobs in the helicopter? Could you explain it again? And I did. And he said, and he just sat there. It seemed like for hours, but sat there for about 3 minutes. I said, what do I do? So I told him, and he did it. And when he got into it, they tried to convince him that they only need 1 lawyer. No, everybody needs a lawyer. Everybody. I had to give the lawyers more fees than they want, but everybody needs a lawyer in this deal. And he did it. And he interviewed, so he hired not only the corporate lawyer to represent the company, he hired a lawyer for himself. So he was doing the interviewing, and it took longer than it should. We got another webinar with him. He says, yeah, it took me 5 months, and Mr. Pena said we should be doing it in 5 days, which is probably correct. And so he's happy as Larry. Sally and I had a drink with him about 1.5 years ago in New York, and he's never late. And he was a little late, and so I had my back to the door, and I said, I can't believe Roberto's late. And so she said, what's he look like? He's got dark skin. He says, does he have a lot of teeth? I said, yeah, he's got a lot of teeth. And he says, a kid, you know how from Back to the Future, that skateboard the guy floats on? A man just floated in, literally. I don't think his feet are hitting the ground. And it was him. And he said, he glowed. He glowed, And so, told Sally how smart I was. And she says, I know how smart he is. And he says, when I tell people, the other board members, he kept a couple of the board members, and he threw a couple out. And the ones that were going to be a problem, I knew which ones were going to be a problem. I said the women will be a problem, and so they were. And so 7 months. 7 months. The questions about Roberto. Half this, and half this. He doesn't like being called a mutt, though. He doesn't. He bought a big mansion in the Hamptons when the prices collapsed because of Corona. And he bought a couple of other things. He bought another car. He bought another McLaren, so now he's got two. And I said, you're not 26. You shouldn't be doing shit like this. I think he's 45 or something. And he said, yeah, well, I don't. And he says, it's fun not to have to think about what it costs. I said, I understand that concept. Questions. But he's got one daughter who just graduated from Columbia University. And she's coming to the seminar later on in the year. And his ex-wife now, who's been divorced from 15, 20 years, is I don't know if he has anything to do with her at all. But I mean, he's got a pretty daughter. I've only seen pictures of her. Questions about Roberto?
This one was the guy who asked, when can I get the money back? The 20 grand he put for the seminar, right?
Correct.
So it was the 349,000%.
Is that what it was? Okay. Just like your deals. Okay. But he's the only one that's ever asked me that. Easy peasy. And like he said, I don't have to validate what Dan says. It's true. It is. But you got to do it. You got to do it. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. And it's, not doing it is just another form of procrastination. Okay, let's go back to, does everybody understand the 60-40? Chinaman. Yep. Murph. Well, how come when I look out in the audience, it looks like this is a different look. This isn't that your puppy just died. You're 6 years old and your puppy just died. That look was earlier today. But it looks like you're, in an abyss, not an abyss, an amorphous of, clouds around you when, okay, you have a question, sir.
Were there any differences between Roberto's self-acquisition of his company compared to just vanilla QLA?
No. The only thing is he was his own first acquisition. I mean, it's exactly the same. But he was his motivated seller. That's it. The difference was that he had 2 or 3 hard-nosed professional investors that had those percentages long time. That was the difference. So he had so they weren't motivated sellers. They weren't. So that's who he had to convince, and they wanted a certain return on their investment for whatever number of years. They didn't get what they wanted, and they could hold it up. But when you have got a fund that's 2 or 3 years past expiration, I know that he had more leverage than he thought he had. And we pressed it to the, not to the ultimate, but we pressed it pretty hard. Of course, do I get this much money or do I walk away and get fuck all? And of course, you always worry about getting the fuck all. And I worry about making sure we get as much as we can. And he did, and it worked out. It worked out. Yeah, Murph.
I've heard him before. I was curious if you know much about his chairman or the person that he leverages as a chairman type on his board.
No, I don't know. Other than I don't know his chairman. I don't know anybody of the board members. I know one of the board members, the lady who represented one of the other shareholders who wasn't on the board. A lot of the times when you get private equity money, they don't put a member on the board. They just have them as an advisor. But the leverage he had is because the investment had run past its timeline. But in theory, he shouldn't have been able to do that because he was a minority shareholder. But that's in theory. But if somebody else was advising, it probably wouldn't have happened. But I know, I've been to these a gazillion times. Sometimes I over push, but not often. Once in a while, I over push, and they blow the deal up. But normally, it's got to be another big hitter on the other end, just one guy. Fuck him, I'll sink the fucking ship. Normally, the funds they've got to be they're accountable to somebody, so they're not likely to dynamite their own ship. But individual guys, I've come 4 or 5 times in my 50 years. Well, let's go down together, Danny. Let's go. This Titanic's got 2 motherfucking captains. Give me your hand. We're drowning together. And they do. And that's what you worry about. That's what you worry about. If you died tonight, believe me, nobody would give a shit. And for those of you that are married or have girls that aren't big fat cow pigs, they'll lose another 20 pounds and they'll forget you in a month. That's just the way life is. And for those of you that got some hot stuff, forget you in 48 hours. They will not soak up tears enough to make this handkerchief wet. And then your family, friends, or friends, we never could understand what you saw in him. I swear to you, I've heard that. I never could understand what you saw in him. Thank God you're free to live your life now. These are the kind of comments. And you always, I can look at your faces. Not me, not my old lady. They call wives old ladies for a reason. My old lady, that's how you used to refer to your wife. Or the slag you slept with. My old lady. Now, political correctness would deem that that's not appropriate anymore. But it doesn't mean it's still not true. The thing that really amuses me about the PC shit, it doesn't mean, it's like the law, if you call somebody fat, it's a hate crime in the UK. It doesn't mean they're not fat. I made sure that the people that he got a job with knew that he was an ex-priest, because ex-priests can get jobs pretty easy. That stole from the church, and I hounded him. And after about, just when he was coming out of bankruptcy, Tim Harris says, Dan, let him go. You've won. No! 2 years later, Dan, let him go. He's here in a psychiatric thing. I got his ex-nun's wife to have a miscarriage. We filed on her at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. She had a miscarriage. I fucking hounded him. Anybody that even befriended him, I fucking took to court. I spent $300,000 or $400,000 fucking his life up. Because I let my guard down because he was a priest, ex-priest. I shouldn't have known. I should have known if he was an ex-priest, something was wrong. I just fucked that guy for practice. Just fucked him. Even the judge told me to let him go. And there's a thing up there that says, I'll let the cocksucker go when I feel like it. What does it say? One of my prideful things. I'll tell you when I've spent enough legal fees. Keep spending. He says, what are you getting for all this? I said, satisfaction. When I tell you I'm going to fuck you up, Perjure man, I'm serious. The best 300 and some grand I ever spent. No, it's not, because I've got better stories than that. Okay. Yes, sir. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum.
Since I'm pretty litigious and...
Oh, you're pretty litigious.
Litigious,
Is litigious the same as litigious?
So litigious, whatever you want to say.
Okay.
And, so I had a litigation with the banks in the past. So now for me it is impossible to run a company in Italy. I cannot do that because it won't.
Well, I don't think you can run a company anyway, but that's Yeah, okay. You mean legally you can't?
Legally, I can't, no.
You can't borrow any money? Okay, well, God moves in mysterious ways.
All right, okay. So I'm going to figure it out somewhere.
Well, no, well, I mean, this works. You don't have to be in Italy to do this. Oh, I'm going to make an announcement, graduation night tomorrow. I asked you to remind me about something else. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah, well, that's another thing announcement I'm going to make. But Pardon? How to... Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. So I got 3 things to talk about. Okay, but you can do it in another... Well, why can't you do it in France? Well, I mean, they're stupid. Oh, no, he's shaking his head. Don't do it in France. Well, I thought the French had the Italians back, but I guess not. Okay. Remember, they were not our allies during the war, the big war. The Italians just rolled like with the wind, you know. By the way, the last commander of the Italian submarine corps was a partner of mine when I first came here in the early 80s. He was related, Prince of the Church and all this shit. And some of the stories they talk about the submarines, they didn't know how to use the submarines. And he says most of our submarines got sunk when they were on the surface because some of the submarine commanders didn't know how to fucking put them under the water. And I mean, I almost shit myself when he told me that the first time. And apparently, the naval historians, which were still around in the early 80s when I first came here, and he was the president of Gulf Oil Europe, which Gulf sold to, I believe, Exxon or Chevron. And the reason that Chevron bought Gulf Oil is because the CEO of Gulf built a yacht 3 feet longer than the family that owned the majority shareholders of Gulf Oil. 3 feet longer, the yacht. And so they flew to San Francisco and cut a deal with Chevron to sell. As long as you make sure that the CEO doesn't get his pension, he'd been there 31 years. As long as you make sure the CEO will enjoy all his money, all his properties, and as long as you make sure the CEO dies a broken man. Those are the stipulations, not in writing, you know. And the big-time lawyers, they used to represent me. Anyway, in San Francisco said, of course, we can do that. Don't spare any money, they said as they walked out the door. And I could just imagine the litigators' eyes rolling back in their head. Don't spare any money. And so they got after this guy, and he died a broken man, bankrupt, the former CEO of Gulf Oil, because he built a yacht 3 feet longer than the largest shareholder's yacht. You have no idea how the real world works. And the Vatican is the worst. Six days a week because I overdose on everything. If you're supposed to take 5,000 vitamin C, I take 25,000. If you're supposed to take 20,000 units of vitamin D, I take 60,000. So everything is mega dose, but I only do it 5 or 6 days a week. Today's my day off, and this is just my traveling pills. But there's so many pills. If you take them all at once, it fills up your stomach. You're not hungry. That's how many pills there are. We got a bunch of emails in from the meatheads. I told you, this is like a mousetrap. When they see all you also-rans, they become more boisterous. Want me to know that they're good boys and I should pat them on the head like a good dog, and I did 2 more deals or 5 more deals, whatever. So I was reading them this morning. And sometimes, well, not sometimes, most of the time, it's from the kids that are like the hunchback. You know, that fucking guy's a loser. But if you stay at it, and if you keep swinging at the plate, you'll make it. Most kids stop swinging at the plate because of the crap they take from their family, the crap they take from their kids, the crap they take because they're saying, 6 months, get a job. 2 years, get a job. 5 years, get a fucking job. 6 years, you say, well, fuck, I better get a job. But of course, I stopped doing this a number of years ago. I used to say, okay, Persian man, 6 years. And then I call him, and which he's surprised to hear from me. He's embarrassed to hear from me. And I said, exactly how did you follow QLA? And then after this is a Trump exaggeration, 60 seconds, it's obvious he didn't. Yet he's in Reddit and all these things telling you how the program doesn't work. You can be assured 1,000% of the time when they say it doesn't work, it didn't work because they didn't work the program right. We've never had anybody that has, even the people that are slow. We've got guys with, literally, I use the example 80 IQ, 180 IQ because we've had guys 70, 80 IQ that made it work. They're borderline retarded. I think if you don't have 140 IQ, you're retarded. But borderline retarded. And I've gotten it done. And when you practice, I heard a couple of the guys that were disabled or disadvantaged, or special needs. Isn't that what you say now? Make it sound better? Special needs. Fuck you and your special needs. Anyway, I had them tape what they say to the people. Hi, my name's Dan. What's yours? Have you ever considered selling your business? And they still do deals. And they still do them. And then we've got you. So remember that when you leave here tomorrow. Just remember that. So if you decide not to go forward or whatever the reason. So far, from the last class, the only guy that's done shit is, the pig farmer. Who's not a pig farmer. I've had a couple of emails. I'm getting ready to pull the trigger. I've just loaded the chamber. What does that tell you, the person that wrote that? Not just one, a few. What's that say about the person? Yes, sir, in the back.
He wants to be liked.
Of course he does. He wants to be liked by me. We had another one that attended the same group who asked, she said, I'm sure most of this is in the gig, but I'd like a bunch of shit updated to 2020. Some of the templates you're going to get are 20, 25 years old, and they haven't been changed because they don't need to be changed. Nothing's changed since 1993 except crowdfunding. That's the only thing that we have today that we didn't have in 1993. Everything else is exactly the same. Except now we've got a lot more money floating around, they call it liquidity. We have a lot more liquidity. We have a couple $1 trillion more liquidity than we did in 1993. But they need to validate why they haven't done shit. We're going to talk about government stuff in a little while. Normally I do it, in the second hour to the end. But I talked to one of you yesterday that made me think that maybe I should spend a little more time on it than I would normally. Now, you saw Mr. Carnegie last night, my virtual mentor. What are some of the comments or takeaways of the old bastard. Yes, sir, in the back. Excuse me. EJ, we're going to have to get retarded proof mics. I mean, for the deaf, dumb, like Helen Keller, deaf, dumb, and blind. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he was very ruthless in his negotiations, and he used a lot of information about like his competitors to blackmail them or slander them, and he used it in negotiations.
He was one of the first guys to use private detectives. Pinkerton is from Glasgow, Scotland. They sold out a number of years ago to one of the big public companies. But he was one of the first ones to use what would be considered a slime ball. Look in trash cans, go to ex-wives, follow them and catch them with women other than their own wife. I won't say he invented that because he didn't, but he was one of the first that felt had no qualms. He also, when he was in the midst of many shitty things that he did, he came to Europe and he holidayed in Europe, and he rode around in Scotland, about 30 miles from Europe, like he was the conquering hero. Down where he's from, you can hardly go by a street that doesn't have his name someplace. I mean, little schools, churches, you name it, squares, etc. And his mother wanted to be able to ride back in her carriage someday because they weren't ridden out of town like in the movies, but they left town humiliated. And the machines his dad, well, you heard it, the machines he had, or his dad had. Now, there's two stories how he came to America. The one in that movie, I believe, is when he was 12 years old, he came. But there's another one, he was 7 years old, he stowed away on a ship. And we're down in the belly of the ship, thank you, with the rats. I like that one better. But that one's kind of been stopped in the last 20, 25 years. What else about Mr. Carnegie? Yes, sir.
Him and Mr. Brick, they had two pair of balls. They were like caterpillar. Nobody could stop them. All the riots and the trade unions, they never dealt with them. They were very ruthless guys.
Now, success leaves clues. I've been saying that all week, haven't I? And there's nobody in this room other than myself that's even remotely close to any of the people you've seen so far. You're going to hear one today, later, after lunch or just before lunch, that some of you, a lot of you will be able to relate to. Unfortunately, but you'll be able to relate to them. And superstar, though. I mean, so I keep saying, even though I haven't showed you any of the icons that we've studied a little bit about, they're ruthless, but they're not little church mice. In other words, they're not scared of their own shadow, like you. We're going to show you at least one that's scared of his own shadow, but still became extremely wealthy. What else about Mr. Carnegie? Yes, sir. Murph.
I was surprised at how he was able to remotely manage this business without any of the modern communications other than the little
teletype.
Teletype. And I think it was because of that Frick guy, and maybe there was other folks that he surrounded himself with that were...
Stop. He surrounded himself not with the kind of shitbags you are. Remember, you're the average of the 5 people. I just compared 1 or 2 of the guys that Mr. Carnegie surrounded himself with and the guys you spend most of the time on the phone, texting, blah, blah, blah. No comparison. He used to steal information off the teletype about his competitors. When his mentor, I don't know if it was his first mentor or his second mentor, needed help. He put his foot on his head and made sure he drowned. Not literally, but figuratively. But it also points to, Bill, you have all this almost instantaneous information. And what the fuck do you do with it? Fuck all. I have 3 cell phones, and I only have 2 cell phones. I have a toll-free Asian number. I have a toll-free US number, and I have a toll-free Europe number. Those phones were put in place 20 plus years ago. So my kids didn't have the excuse to not call me because it was costing them too much. Okay, they could have called collect and collect of it. In 24 years that I've had those 3, I've gotten not one call from my kids, not one. Now we just got rid of the Asian number last week, and we had to search out who was even paying the bill for the last 15 years. We finally figured out who was paying the bill. Of course, it was one of my entities, but I don't carry phones. And if I do carry them, they're turned off. The only reason I have them is if I get in an accident, I want to dial 999 or 911. And somehow, I run a worldwide organization with no fucking cell phones. My children have to call and make an appointment to talk to me. Everybody that I talk to has to make an appointment, and they have to send me an agenda. What the fuck do you want to talk about? But I'm not going to talk to any of you, so don't bother calling. When you leave here tomorrow morning, adios, motherfucker. If you see me at an airport, please don't say hello. I got nothing to sell you. You're on your own. Back to Carnegie. The point I'm trying to make is you have all this shit, you don't use it. One, because you have it, as opposed to him not having it, but you don't really need it. You don't really need it. And when you start following the weekly reports and you see hour by hour, you list what you do, you will be stunned how little productive time. There's about 70 some questions that you, and if you don't do it, you say, I cunt it out. Instead of no, I cunt it out. When you look at your report and you've got 60 of 73, I cunt it out. Some of you will have all I cunt it out because you didn't do any of them. And I can see you're already trying to rationalize, well, he must not mean this, he must not mean this. And you wonder why you didn't do a deal. It's because remember, what's the highest performance thing you did? Your partner, your siblings, your mother, your father, and when it's fuck all, fuck all, fuck all, fuck all, the same with the report. I didn't do any of those things. How could I ever imagine that I'm going to be able to do a deal? What else about Mr. Carnegie? Yes, sir.
He never paid any dividends to the shareholders, even though...
Fuck the shareholders.
Yeah.
I can relate to that.
He was reinvesting the whole money in...
Well, no, I don't know about that part, but fuck the shareholders. And do you think that the CEOs and really care about the shareholders? Only in recent years do they care because there's such shit about it now. And for the last 15, 20 years, where shareholders' rights and that kind of thing, you don't steal from the shareholders. But I mean, you're not, if you think that these guys are interested in their fucking opinion, you're crazy. They couldn't give a fuck less. I was the first person, allegedly, back in the day, to pay himself $1 million for a public company CEO. I got notes, calls from all the big guys from the 80s that were based here in the UK. Thanks, Dan. You broke open the ceiling for us. And they went from like 800,000 to 8 million in compensation. What else about Mr. Carnegie? Yes, sir.
At the young age, when he was working as a messenger with Telegram, he has opportunity to see the rich people.
Yeah. He was surrounding himself with where he wanted to be. He was in a form smelling the leather. I remember as a young Army officer going to the embassies and seeing not just general officers and admirals and stuff, but ambassadors and rich people. Because in Europe, if you're an ambassador, you're normally wealthy. In the United States, the only place they make you an ambassador when you're fucking poor. And an ambassadorship is repayment for something you did politically for their party, etc. I saw all these people driving up in limousines, etc. I go, fuck, this is what I need to be. This is where I need to be. And I told you that I'd never seen a million. I'd never heard the word growing up a million. Never. And I walked into the Ramstein Officers Club, which is one of the great officers clubs, even today. They don't have officers club now because they allow enlisted men to mix with officers, which I think is wrong. I don't think I know it's wrong. But I walk into the Ramstein Officers Club and I see a guy that I know, and at the bar, they're 3 deep, just ordering drinks, like, which, you know, and the senior officers were sitting over here. And I said, well, why is everybody drinking so hard? And he says, Captain so-and-so inherited $1,400,000. And drinks in those days, 15 cents, 25, 50, 75 cents. Okay. This was 1967, 68. And I said, could you write down $1,400,000 on a napkin for me? I still remember him doing it. And how, you know, napkins are a little wet, and so the letters kind of smudged because 1,400,000. That is the first time I'm a 21-year-old young Army officer that I'd ever seen a million written down. And of course I said, well, then I better drink up. I didn't, you know, we might run out of money here. Of course, we weren't gonna. I think his total bar bill was like 15 grand. I mean, this is drinking 3 drinks a minute. Bomb. I mean, you know, like in a college fraternity deal. You know, they were just guzzling it down. A few weeks later, I won an award for, they didn't call it IT, computer. I figured out a way to save $3 million over 10 years, the way we handled our computers. And the computers in those days were big, huge, looked like cars. Now, for somebody that's not tech, how I came up with that idea, I have no idea. But it was about moving them. We used to use all the computers that backed up NATO were on a train. So we were constantly moving them 24/7 around Europe, Western Europe, free Europe. And invariably, when they were on the train, they'd get knocked out of whack because they're going over tracks. So I came up with an idea that we would insulate, instead of having to have the computer guys, which weren't called computer guys in those days, readjust the fucking things, you know, when they were sitting for 2 hours. And so I got an award. And that award was a war bond. They used to call them war bonds. I don't know if they call them war bonds now. And so and there's some pictures on my website of me accepting this award from this general officer. So I'm at the Officers Club now, back in my own base, and I'm drinking at the bar, and I have a two-star general, General Vaughn, on this side of me, and a 1-star general, Roy Atterbury. He's the one that used to call me a wetback Mexican, sorry piece of shit. The Army's a sorry fucking place where a wetback Mexican like you can become an officer in this man's Army. Okay. He didn't even know my mother was illegal alien. Otherwise, he was from Texas. He would have really got off of me then. So General Vaughn says, Danny, you ought to buy the drinks for us. Now, when a 2-star general tells a first lieutenant that he should buy the drinks, you buy the drinks and you find out why later. So after I bought a couple of drinks, I said, General Vaughn, why should I buy the drinks? Normally, you wouldn't even ask. You guys wouldn't even ask why. But I asked. And he said, well, that big money award we gave you, Army gave you a couple of weeks ago. And I said, General Vaughn, with the greatest respect, that was a $50 war bond. If I keep it 30 years, it's worth $50. Right now, it's worth about $6.75. And then he said the magic words. A young man like you could get rich in the civilian world. And a bulb went off over my head, like in a cartoon. Rich, civilian world, Danny Pena. Fuck. I was out of the Army in 6 months. Otherwise, I would have retired as senior officer. I was out of the Army in 6 months because I connected the dots. Unlike you meatheads, you'd be so spreadsheet in that comment. You'd be, and I've always pulled the trigger, whether it was jumping on a pair of tits or a deal. I always was willing to take the risk to pull the trigger. I was out of the Army in 6 months because I was just looking at my military file because I was requested to stay in as a 5%er, meaning I was in the top 5%. And so I got out of the Army, and I tell you, you don't need to go to university. The only reason I finished college after flunking out so many times is that my mother, nobody had ever gone to college in her side of the family, which was not a good reason. I should have not, because it took me 2.5 years to finish a 4-year degree. What else about Mr. Carnegie? Okay. Yes, sir.
He knew what it's like to be poor.
Yeah, some of you think you were poor. You weren't poor. As Sally would say, you fuckers lived in the lap of luxury. Sally lived in a caravan. 6 people in a caravan, which is a miniature mobile home. The caravan was not as long as this platform. 6 people. Sally's mother says Sally can't remember, shouldn't be able to remember. Sally can tell you what the curtains look like, because you never forget. Just like you never forget abuse, no matter how old you are, you never forget. And as Carnegie said, the worst thing you can do is leave your children with money. And that's not that's one of the reasons why our kids aren't going to get any money from us. And we're just going to, rather than give it to the kids, I'll burn it. I'll burn it. Anything else about Mr. Carnegie? Yes.
He was extremely hungry.
Just like you're not. The irony of it, some of you really think you're hungry, but you're not. You're not even remotely. Pig farmer is hungry. The real hungry people have already started building their boards. Not in this room. You don't know what hungry is. You have some sort of plan B, C, or D, or something. Because I told them just because they say they're not for sale, you don't ask, you don't get. So I was number 2. And when they're chasing him down the street, the paparazzi, and his whole life is changed. And he exited part of his deal, and he pulled out tens of millions. So because he's building a chateau in Lake Fucking-Alpha or some shit, and so he exited. He took a little off the table. Took some chips off the table. The board, the only guy that's still on the board is the chairman. And the 2 equity guys he's taken out. So he doesn't have any equity guys there anymore. And he's, Forbes said he was, I don't know how, the richest guy in Hungary. Not the richest, but I mean one of the richest guys in Hungary. And he's just a guy. I mean, just a regular fucking guy. Not dissimilar to some of you in this room. I mean, he can't. Now they tell me he speaks better in Hungarian. He'd have to speak up better. Because you heard the way he talks. And the guys were all over him at the seminar, just as they are all over the other stars that came back. That come back. Okay. But that's why he needed to get money. I told him to do, like I tell everybody, the same way. And questions, comments about Peter? Yes, sir.
If they have to get the buildings with the hospitals, how is he making good deals then? You're saying with hospitals you have to take the building with the deal?
No, because the group of doctors that own the hospitals want out. They're not going to just sell you the practices. So you need money, and he not for because $2 million didn't cover all the hospital equity, but the bank would not finance the hospitals unless somebody, and he's taken out all the doctors, he's buying out all the doctors, unless somebody had money in the deal. So he got 2 equity investors as a part. When he bought his first hospital and his third hospital, or when they came in, now he's got almost 500 doctors. And he says, you ask 10 doctors their opinion, you get 50 answers. He said he used to have office hours from 8 to 10 in the morning on Tuesday and Thursday. He'd get there at 7:30, there'd be 50 doctors in line to talk to him. Complaining, this and that, we need more of this, more of that. And of course, now he's got a couple of big-time hospital administrators. He's got 200 or 300 nurses in addition to all the doctors. But I told him, and he said, you were right, Mr. Pena. I mean, managing doctors is like trying to manage cats. Because almost all doctors have Jesus Christ syndrome. They think they're Jesus Christ. And he's got a lot of surgeons, and he's the second in fertilization place where you go when you can't get pregnant in Europe. And he was explaining to me, well, that's big fucking money. When people can't have a kid, they pay through the motherfucking nose. I mean, big money. Big money. I mean, questions? So he took his first money off the table last year. He came to the seminar initially in 2016. He came back to the seminar in 2018. And now he's buying hospitals in Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, and someplace else. And he ultimately wants to go to the United States. Yep. Yeah. Oh, when that, he had 67%, 67%. 67. And these guys, when they saw, how much money accrued to him, and that's normally they get upset's not the right word. Jealous is a better word. But all these guys that are on his board, who were on his first board, are all world renowned, and they're not broke, but they're now worth tens of millions. One of the directors worth $2-3 million. But he did all this, in a couple of years. But hospitals are harder because the equity portion. Because the buildings, they're not going to sell, or the bank won't finance if and in this particular case, the first hospital, the seller didn't want any seller's finance. He could have done that if he had some seller's finance, but the guy just said no. He wasted 7 months on the guy, and I told Peter, the guy's jerking you around. He's using you to beat up the price someplace else. And one of the things you're going to find out, and until it happens to you, you won't believe it, They use you as a stalking horse. They use you to beat up the price from other potential buyers. They use you to figure out how much their assets are worth for their estate planning. They use you and they have no intention. Now I can smell it in a fucking heartbeat. But you'll be so fucking desperate that somebody's talking to you. And they use you. And 50% at least of the people that say they got another buyer are lying cocksuckers. There is no such a person. And so that's tough. And even your board of directors won't understand that because they haven't been fucked around. They've been in some high, pearly, tower someplace. And now, when he was back at the seminar, and I think it's cute to see. He's toughened up a little, but he's still a softie. But if you don't toughen up, they'll take it away from you. Yes, sir, in the back.
I thought the board is going to have a bit of M&A experience, so they would.
Not a bit. I mean, these guys got to have hundreds of transactions.
So would they not have seen the people wasting time before?
They've normally been separated from them. They're not down there across the table. Some of these directors haven't been in the line. That's a good point for a different reason. They haven't been in the trench battle, looking across the trenches, went back in the Battle of the Somme, looking across at the Hermans over there, and the Hermans looking back at you in 25 years. They haven't been in the trenches. Of course, well, Peter's not an expert, but he sure is hell of a lot more expert than he was 2 or 3 years ago. But I knew I didn't even have to meet him. 3 million pours. I've been fucked in every one of them twice. You got to come up with a new methodology to fuck me in a way I don't know. And I'm in for a lot of different positions. I'm into that kind of shit. But and he's, you heard him say, Mr. Pena said he's lying. If you go on the presumption that they're lying 100% of the time, you'll be right 90% of the time. But occasionally, you overreact. But I'm better off. It's like the difference between the hammer close, that hammer over there, and the hatchet close, and the soft close. Some of the guys wiggle off the hook for me because I beat them up too much, hammer them, chop them up just for, sport, and they could have legitimately sold or bought something. But I found way, way pales in complexion to how many deals I've done. I mean, there's no comparison. I mean, it's like this. And normally, when it's like this, the guy over here has made a lot more money. Now, I'm never going to be put up for the Humanitarian of the Year award and shit like that, but although the fucking Queen anointed me 2017. So they got to be worse guy, and they didn't do anything for Andrew Carnegie. So I guess I'm not as bad as Carnegie was. Yeah, but I mean, he's just a regular guy. He's no, powerhouse, because he is a regular guy. He's, like he says, I'm just a Hungarian Forrest Gump. And that's why we keep Forrest's picture up there, right next to me. We've got people that are slower than Forrest was. But I mean, and I'm not exaggerating, but they're, I don't know if any of you have worked with Down syndrome people. You give them a job and you have to tell them to go home. They'll work 12, 14, 18, 25, 45 hours straight. You got to tell them to go home. Time to go home, Bobby. When? Now, Bobby. Time to put down the phone, Bobby. Why? No, remember, Bobby, no why, how? I'm not lying to you. Now you're thick for a different reason. You're not, So no comments about poor Peter? That's why we save him to last.
Mr. Pena, he mentioned that.
Excuse me, before he says, why do you use me last? Peter, you start up by saying you're Hungarian Forrest Gump. I mean, fuck. He says, and then he says, are there worse than me? Yeah, but they haven't made a few $100 million. So yeah, they are. Yeah, excuse me.
He mentioned that he put up his board in 3 months.
Yep.
Why did he take so long to put up his board?
Because he's Hungarian Forrest Gump. Now, I'm sure somebody with a silver spoon in their mouth that looks like you ought to do it quicker than 3 months. Cat's got her tongue now. Or the Burka bitch. He's a good guy. He really is. Good guy. And now he's got another. He's about these cars you kids think that are good. And just, I remember on our son's 30th birthday, I gave him my AC Cobra. I had a handmade AC Cobra. Our kids are spoiled. And just, it's not, even though they're doing very, very well, they don't have the same hunger. The same hunger. Don't you have a question about Peter? Come on. He's got 2 degrees, for those of you that make you feel better. He's got a bachelor's and a master's in one statistics and one something else. And he was making $30,000 a year. Which I believe is no money. I could be wrong about that, but I believe it's no money. Is it no money? Yeah, it's no money, right? I think welfare in this country is more than that. Right? Oh, so there was somebody had their hand? Yes, sir, in the back. Huh? I want to say 300, but that may be, he sold part off. See, but now I told Peter, you didn't do these by accident. Some of the guys get lucky, serendipity by accident. I mean, Peter, and I'm not holding you back, but he needs to do it again and again and again to prove to himself. So that's fine with me. I would be surprised if he doesn't turn out a billionaire, unless he gets sidetracked. Had another kid, lead in the pen. I mean, they all get lead in the pencil. Another kid. I mean, he's gonna my kids are gonna overpopulate the goddamn world. Somebody's hand. Yes, sir, in the back.
What were the best habits he had for stopping himself being a cunt?
He listened to me a lot. Now, he says that I yelled at him every time I talked to him. But that my default's yelling, so I can't, that's not a real benchmark. And no matter what you do is not good enough. That I agree with what he said. No matter what anybody in this room is going to do in the next 60, 90, 180 days, it will not be good enough. And selfishly, and it sounds braggadocious, I measure against what I can do or what I've done. So I know what's possible. And I also know what Marcus did. And Marcus is very similar to myself. And although Thomas isn't similar to myself, his results are similar. Thomas is on the soft end. And Marcus is on, don't leave him any fucking bone, Hitler came from the same little fun where he came from, When they took over Austria, nobody fired a shot. When Adolf came rolling through the streets, nobody fired a shot. Which I find not amusing, but when they try to disclaim that Hitler belonged to Austria, Did you have your hand up? Yes, sir, or there. Now, you're one of the victors, right?
Hi.
Okay.
How is he making acquisitions in other countries without the language? Is it just external partners?
No, he's from Hungary.
But he said he's buying hospitals in France, Netherlands, Italy.
He'll have different boards. And the universal language in Europe is English. That's, now from the level of the bankers that greet you when you go to, do high street business, to the senior bankers, English is the universal language, no matter where. They speak English. So he'll have no problem. And his English is brushed up a little and he has trouble translating certain things. He can't translate fast enough. But he's moving on because he's been so successful. And I believe the biggest system that he won't be able to buy is because it's partially government owned and the government's not interested in selling. But when the government, if the NHS ever goes private, like they've been threatening here in the UK, every QLA bot in the world that's interested in healthcare ought to move here. They will be doing deals for 1,000 years here. That's how many fucking assets the NHS has to sell off. Every single one can move here and clean up. Because the NHS, has just gobs of stuff. Anything else about Peter? Now, you've heard them all. Josh, Peter, Margot, the Vietnamese gangbanger, Gerard, I'm leaving a few off. Andreas, South Africa, Nelly. What? The Viking bitch. Who? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to say, who relates to Marcus? Good, don't lie. Okay. Marcus is the German tall guy. The guy that's, that won't leave you any meat on the bone. He doesn't leave you the bone. Okay, Anelli. The Viking bitch. Your grandmother would be disappointed in you. Peter. A lot more of you ought to be raising your goddamn hand. That's who else? Andreas. No, your wannabes there. Okay. Who have I left off? Gerard. And then who else? Is that all of them? Who? Roberto. Half-breed, that's okay. I'm going to tell them how biased and racist you were. But we cover the gamut. We could have loaded it, I only have 2 or 3 more alpha male types, so we couldn't have loaded it up too much that end. But they, did I say Thomas? Thomas? The vast majority of you kids fall between Peter and Thomas, except Thomas without the sales skills. Because they're both pleasers. And he, like he said, I wanted to please people all my life. And he said it was very difficult. And it is. And it is. If there's any one trait that I would beg you to not allow your kids, to the extent that you have kids, is the pleasing trait. They will be sick fucking puppies. And they will hate you. They will sick fucking puppies. And most daughters are pleasers to their mother. And that's why there's a narcissistic, sick relationship between most daughters and most mothers. Sick. And you only, for the moms, you only understand and appreciate it when you have a daughter. Okay. Now we're going to go back. Nothing else about Peter. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pena, Marcus.
Marcus.
Yes, Bauer. Was like this from the beginning, or he changed after all the seminars?
No. He was, in the beginning, like he said, 60% he didn't really understand. And he'd have a headache at night because he's trying to translate the words. But I mean, Marcus is a competitive guy. You're not a world-class skier and not be competitive. Another guy that's competitive, Jason Nagy. Know Jason Nagy's? Jason Nagy is a competitive guy. If you remember at the beginning of his webinar, he wanted to know how his classmates were doing. He and Peter consider themselves competitors. Vietnam a gangbanger was in the group sitting in that audience that was listening to Peter. But I mean, he is Marcus, getting back to Marcus, is, was a world-class athlete. I mean, understood competition, understands drive, sacrifice, and all that stuff. But all the world-class athletes that have come through don't turn out to be Marcus. It depends on, you saw, what's his name, Nick, the tennis guy. I mean, he's put out more world-class tennis players than anybody else. And some, Agassi or, rise to the top, and some only win one world-class tournament. But arguably, if you win one, I mean, you're a world-class athlete. But you may not be competitive in that sense, but I wasn't competitive in that sense. I was hungry, I had never done anything, so I needed to, in my own mind, I needed to prove. And continue to prove. And then when I started doing this, 28, seems like 328 years ago. 28 years ago, I needed, just like Anelli said, he needed to do it. He knew the system worked. He needed to make the system work for him. Like, I know the system works because I did it. And then I get one or two, and Verdiers and Whipple and a couple others were the first in that 28 years. But the Verdiers and Whipple are polished people. They're not pig fuckers like we get now. What are you laughing about? And so then, maybe it only works for and I wasn't polished. Well, and then we pig fuckers, and then criminals, and then the gay gal, she's gay, came through and was successful. And then I knew the system worked for everybody, but I had to prove myself. Other people are driven for other reasons. The one gay gal that was the first one through that was real successful, she had a whole litany of baggage, and she had something to prove. But when I set up the system, I wanted it to be just a system that required no money. You didn't have to be from the barrio ghetto like me. You could still have no money and go to a Harvard. But most of those guys back in the 90s and early 2000s that went to those real posh schools, I had posh jobs. I remember when the first Harvard graduate, this is many years ago, got paid $400,000 to go to work for Goldman Sachs, starting with the ability to earn $200,000 or $300,000 more his first year. I almost fainted, that, a kid that had just, with 4 years of fucking school, could get a job paying that much money. Then I felt better as soon as I fired my first Harvard guy, I felt better. But everybody in this room is driven by something else. By something else. But I don't care what the driver is. And I used to try to, in early years, I tried to figure out the driver so I could push you in that direction. But sometimes the reason why you're driven is not so obvious. It's not so obvious. Like in my case, my kids are driven by me being successful, and I've got big shoes to fill. In my personal case, I wasn't athletic. My dad was a super athlete. Plus, it was a big time professional assassin for the government, and short of killing people, which I have no problem doing that. I wouldn't mind killing people if I was making money for it. Like I could be a hit guy. You pay me $5 million a pop, and I'll pop a lot of guys. But it doesn't matter. In your inner self what drives you. What drives you. And now that the world's become so fucking sensitive, it's just easier for us. And that's not because we're taking advantage of them, but it's survival of the fittest. It just is. Even though that sounds harsh in today's world, it's survival of the fittest. And you guys here are clearly more fit than the guys watching on YouTube. And the secret sauce that you get here. But we have guys that are making a lot of money that have just been online. And that's, and ultimately I wanted to leave a model that when I stop doing this, which one day I will, that it's all online. It's all online. And if my TV show, Cat, comes to fruition, the film industry is retarded. I mean, they're so fucking slow. But it'd be nice to leave a legacy of a TV program. Like I'd be, Archie Bunker. For those of you that are old enough to remember Archie Bunker. Hey, Meathead! And that's exactly where I got Meathead from. He used to call his son-in-law, Meathead! Okay, as my crack staff pours the coffee, we'll move on. Okay. How to make the banker get hot and excited over your doofus little deal. I used to ask the question and let you answer, but it takes too fucking long. So I'm going to answer the questions, okay? Okay. 2 minutes? Oh, yeah, no, they don't need to see this, yeah. You don't want any meetings. Also, the financial guys, the CFO, and if you're not the CEO, when they're corresponding, communicating with the banks, you want to be copied. Even though we just copied. And that's normally enough of a deterrent for them not to do something ugly. And some of the guys, some of the real classy guys will feel insulted. And you apologize, I'm sorry to do this, like Jack Welch, I've never went on the board of Jack. Mr. Welch, the world's a different place than our era. It's the only way I can really keep control. And 99 times out of 100, they'll say, fine, I understand. And then they go, well, I would never, I know you, Mr. Welch, you're not going to do that, but and they will understand. They will understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you recommend using that overdraft, let's say, mechanism at the outset for seller finance, provided you can get the cover the debt?
You really want it before you even do the deal, don't you?
Yeah. Pretty much.
That's fine. Yeah. Yes. Yep. If it's not drawn down. Okay. Now, in the past, why don't we increase your overdraft before we get started? Why don't we, accompany? Because normally, what's one of the last things that the management look at is if their overdraft stroke line of credit is up to date. In other words, they were a $3 million company, now they're a $5 million company, has their line of credit overdraft increased from 300 to 500,000. And almost always it hasn't. And then you gently remind them that, well, you can probably increase your overdraft from 3 to 500. Then you scoop it out and you help yourself pay for the lawyers, etc. And on a 100% owner finance deal, I mean, where they're not going to get any money, all they're going to do is increase the sales price to you vis-a-vis the increase in overdraft. There's no reason they won't do it. In fact, they'll probably say, I'll pay myself 50 grand, or whatever the number is. But not many people, and these aren't tricks. These aren't tips. We have not learned anything that's not Finance 101. I mean, there's all kinds of other things that I don't even get into to confuse the issue. The reverse engineering and all this bullshit. You don't have to. I mean, it's too confusing. Just this is the simplest way. And I've always been taught, do it the simplest way. Don't get confusing vehicles involved unless you have to. Yeah.
What's the best time limit to keep them on? Like a year and a half?
Keep who on?
The seller.
Oh, it depends. A bedpan business, you don't have to be Einstein to run. You may have to keep on 4 or 5 years. No, so the kids, there's only so much the bedpan deal. They're just, but but what you do want them for is so there's a continuity of people, because they will have relationships, with hospitals, doctors, other agencies. They send people to them, and they send them to the person they know. And so you want that person, that name, to be still associated with the business for 6 months. We've had guys, if you remember, Gerard said that the seller, and now works for him in 3 of the first 4 or 5 acquisitions. And some of the people just don't want to be an owner anymore because it's a pain in the ass, the stress, etc. And you're taking all the stress away from them. And they still, in his particular case, because it's a veterinarian, they like the animals. And I mean, Sally would be a perfect candidate to buy, a veterinarian hospital because she loves animals. And she'd work there for free. I mean, just because, she likes the animals. So at least, 3 months, 6 months. Now, some businesses you're going to buy, if you're not in the low end of bedpans, there's some tough shit to understand and remember. Substance abuse isn't as easy as it sounds. Managing fucking heroin addicts and drunks like yourself. And 99% of all substance abuse are owned by recovering addicts, alcoholics. And that's their safe house. That's great. Okay. And they don't want to leave. If they said, where are they going to go? So, we've got a dealer in New Jersey. I don't know if he's still there, but, 2-3 years, the owner stayed because he wanted to stay sober. And and the old adage, and I'm not making fun of it because the 12-step programs work, a day at a time. You get drunk a day at a time, right? So it's a similar program. It's just the other end of the continuum. Anything else about, yes, sir, in the back? Yeah. Everybody got their kilt and shite? Oh, I strongly recommend you wear underwear, even though you're not supposed to wear underwear, but I strongly recommend you wear underwear. When you're sitting down, that doesn't mean everybody will. And if there are any Scots here, they just, they like for their balls to hang out, and and they. Who's my 5:30? 6. Okay, and then tomorrow I see a slew of you. when I get up after with my hangover. Tonight we're going to go back to the formal. Are we, Kat? We're going back to the long table? Yeah. As opposed to the separated Corona table. And we're going to have entertainment via a drunken Scott Piper. In the tradition, the Scots are much different than the Irish in that regard. They like to go on the piss. Do they call it that in Ireland, on the piss? 100%. Okay. Since the beginning of time, have Irish people always been drunks? Since the beginning of time? Since the leprechauns, you know? Huh? Australians are worse, okay. But you didn't answer my question. Yeah. Instead of saying the leprechauns, but I mean when we were looking at Irish castles, the second one we got gazumped on outside Dublin, it was on 20 or 30 acres, and it had white deer, you know, and it was just. I thought I bought it. Silverware, paintings, the whole 9 yards, and the butler that answered the door was like from a 1940 movie, you know, and had trouble understanding them. But I understood the part when I got fucked because I got gazumped. That's pretty easy to understand. Okay, pendeja. That's what you do to the lawyers and the bankers, and not to me. Okay. Anything else? No. Burqa? Now, and when the girls are successful, you can just remember you heard it here first. And even though they look legitimate, well, I told you how the girls can be successful. Of course, these three won't, but I'm sure. Well, we got no more questions. Your gigs are in your rooms, I believe. Is that right? Did I forget to say anything? If I did, it's tough shit. Oh, remember, Tough-Minded Management, Tough-Minded Leadership by Joe Batten. And those two books by Joe are just terrific. And if you haven't read Release Your Brakes, and even though I poke fun at Napoleon Hill, I Think and Go Rich are all great. And of course the materials that are on my website. And by the way, I told you that we've got a bunch of input since I put that. It was not a QLA Bitcoin challenge like some of the morons think it was. It was not me announcing I'm going to form a new QLA coin like some of the morons think. It was showing one space and time, 18 months, one of my upper quadrant mentees, how he performed and how Bitcoin performed. So I'm not in the market. We're not selling any coins. And we still don't accept coins for the seminar. Yes, sir.
Is Ireland big enough for assisted living?
Oh, yeah.
There's only 400.
400, now you're talking about the South.
Yeah.
Well, the number must have shrunk.
Maybe. Right.
No, okay. I think that's low, but if it is 400, and would all four of you going to go and do assisted living? No, you're going to come to the UK. Well, you're in the UK, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. It is funny. Okay, now you're the two are going to do what? Assisted living? Okay, so the three of you. Okay, but
I have a drinking contest on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, so the three of you make up one. So, but no, when I looked, there was about 700, and that's old information. So there's got to be more than that. Yeah, it should be enough. And And stories about this, just living in Ireland are just pretty funny. And there was about 50 of them that are family owned. Might be old information, but family owned. And everybody's got a fucking story. And we had 5 or 6 that were family owned, and they also owned family owned pubs.
So you get the pub with the thing?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And those were more popular. And again, they wanted to sell you the real estate. Okay, and in those days, the pubs were cash. So you had to sit and count the pints and the money. And I was drunk for 3 days. And I flew back to, this is without the IRA bag. And Sally met me at the airport. She says, "You look ill." And I said, "Yeah." Because I think my skin changed shade. I drank so much Guinness, Irish whiskey and Guinness. My skin turned dark, like I had a tan. And I had the shits like, God almighty. I can still, my ass puckers when I think about it. Okay, yes, in the back.
I wanted to ask you, regarding roll-ups, when you're considering down the road, you're gonna package up a deal or your deals. Do the buyers, usually would be like a private equity, do they want your industry to be more specific? For instance, healthcare, you got a whole vertical of different businesses that fit
Correct.
in that category. Now, if those are all broken down, let's say you have a couple assisted livings, you have medical building, you have a whole slew that's still
Okay, it depends how varied they are.
Okay.
It depends how varied they are. But they're not gonna, if you have assisted living in hospitals, no. If you have assisted living in radiology practice, no. Okay, but there's the home health and assisted living are kind of viewed the same, but at the lower continuum. Assisted living, they have places $1,500 a month and $25,000 a month. The $25,000 a month are like country club, Olympic swimming pool, golf courses, and shit like that. That's not what you're buying, because cash flow will not cover debt service, because they're not selling those without the buildings. Okay, although we've had people gravitate up that after 3 or 4 years of buying them, and then they use the equity and leverage to get one of those big places. We're talking about, roughly speaking, $1,000 a month to $3,000 a month for a person. And you really don't get, for $1,000 a month, you don't get much. You don't get much. And then the home health is where the people they send to the assisted living are employed by a company, and they send the doctors, they send the nurses, they send even the bedpan people, and there's nothing that ever is associated with the building in that juncture. Those two are pretty much sewn at the hip, but the other more sophisticated, like Jason's doing, etc., aren't, and the multiples are different. And for the radiology practices, you're not going to get one for less than 8 or 10 or 12 million. And they're normally owned by 3 to 6 doctors, and they've got all kinds of machines and stuff. Plastic surgery is not considered part of that milieu. Yep.
Last question, franchises, stay away from them?
Yep. Franchises sound good on paper. I used to be the head of the fastest growing franchise in Europe. And the money comes in like shit through a goose. But then you're supposed to pay with the money that comes in for advertising, et cetera, et cetera. And it's tough, and your best franchisees will leave. So I would stay away from that. Yep.
That booklet, it's in the USB, isn't it?
Yep. It's digitized. That's right. Yeah. No. I hope you burn in hell. Now, when you do your first deal, you can or cannot contact Kim just to tell her what it is about. It's up to you. One thing that I will highly recommend, this was not a networking event. When I had the mentor program, if I found out that you were interfacing with one another, I threw you out, because no good deeds are going to pass between you. All you're going to do is complain. I knew it was a motherfucker. He underestimated, or he didn't tell us the truth how fucking hard it is. And you're going to pass negative vibes. And just as Thomas said about no negative energy, stay out of my house. As soon as you make 500 calls and they all hang up on you, you're going to talk to one of the other guys. And the Chinese water, when the Chinese used to put you down during the Vietnam War and the Korean War, etc., and they drop water, drop at a time. It's not the 500th drop of water that makes you crazy. It's the 5,000th drop that makes you crazy. And you will lower your defenses. You will lower the bar, and nothing good comes from it. So you mix at your own peril. And if I find out about it, because we've had people in the past that, Teal or one of you will call and put a Facebook page. There's a bunch of Facebook pages, I'm told, about me. And one of the reasons I got banned is for the unkind things that I said on Facebook. And it doesn't work out. It just doesn't. But misery loves company. Misery loves company. And I'm just telling you, the Hermans shouldn't get together and the Murphs shouldn't get together, and because nothing's good is going to come of it. When you walk off the estate and you don't talk to each other, that's the best. That's the best. And if you go to jail, don't tell me. I'm not interested. Yeah.
Getting the chairman, and you're saying just do one or two at a time because they tell you to be talking to each other. Does that hold you up at the start for a few weeks? Makes it slow, does it?
May hold you up doing one deal at a time?
No. Just to get your board started.
Of course. I mean, you can put a board together on LinkedIn now in a few days.
Okay.
Well, what? You're not seeing them in person. You're not operating shoe leather. You're not having to get on a fucking plane. I mean, there's nothing to hold you back.
So they can answer you in a day.
Pardon?
The chairman can answer your proposition the next day.
Well, I mean, they're either interested or they're not interested. Most of these chairmen are decision makers, unlike you. They either like the cut of your jaw or they don't. They like the deal. 50% of them are going to tell you, I thought about a roll-up when I first retired from such and such. But even a bum chairman has got some form of income, and so they decide not to do it. You've already heard it doesn't take any Einstein to do this. You've heard every single person that you talk to say it's simple, but it's doing it. There's a lot of things that are simple. If you didn't have to wipe your ass, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. That's the ugliest part of your day. Yet you'd get yourself dirty fucking, won't you? Well, if you're not getting dirty fucking, you ain't doing something right. So, I mean, but it's pulling the trigger.